Good morning, Namaskar. This is Engineer Suraj Singh, NP India, C Engineer India, Bharat, speaking from NCR, Faridabad, Bharat, India. This is May 19, 2020. One more day passed during SARS-2 COVID-19 era of situations filled with unknown. What shall happen is unknown to everyone. The world is standing in critical period, and this critical period every day is increasing, not decreasing. Every day it's increasing. And another certification, same Chartered Engineer in India. Just for information. And dear friends, just in routine talk of everyday happenings, SARS-2 COVID-19 so-called virus, SARS-2 COVID-19 full name, maybe you know this, severe acute respiratory syndrome, and then second, and then COVID-19, which is infectious disease, corona infectious disease. It's infectious in a sense that it's killing people. And yesterday I came to know through some news from American scientists, American expert, who informed that this large number of casualties or deaths due to COVID-19 happened because of US citizens. Americans are not having good health. Well, I was surprised to know that Americans are not having good health. It's a big question mark. Good health Americans don't have, if that scientist or that doctor says. And the reason being, generally there are three diseases named. One is hypertension, other is diabetes, and third one is obesity. Obesity, diabetes, and hypertension. These three are common diseases in America and prevalent among people of all, and particularly those who are from non-original community. I think they call for African based or something. I can't say. I exactly don't know what actually that scientists wanted to say. But one thing is very explicit, that these three diseases, people who have, they have very low immunity. And if you have low immunity, you cannot resist impact of corona. That's what I understand according to that statement. Then there's another statement today from England, that forget that this disease shall go soon, this virus shall go soon. We have to learn to stay with this virus, and there's no meaning that it goes tomorrow or after 1 week. It's going to stay for years together, this indefinite, nobody knows how many years. We have to learn how to stay with this circumstance. In this situation, we have to cope with, we have to adjust with. So world is now adopting different sense. Means if you keep yourself in panic, you shall certainly be additionally impacted upon. And if you feel free normally, you shall have to cope with this, encounter this in a different way. And in fact, precautionary measures are only required to have lesser impact from this. Just like American person says, obesity, hypertension and diabetes. Now, obesity and you can say diabetic. Now, we people in this country and all other countries, and particularly in Gulf as well, the Gulf, the Arab world, obesity is also experienced there, and this you can say diabetes also. This means those people who are mechanically oriented, means they are staying with mechanized system in their lives. They have to change their living standards, living style. This means, number one, walking is required. Walking is required, which is missing. Walking, I'm not doctor, but you have certain weight. Let us say 80 kilogram, 70 kilogram, 90 kilogram, and an average. There is a coefficient of friction between your sole and surface on which you walk. It may be 0.5, it may be 0.6, it may be 0.7, depending upon what type of surface it is. When you walk on a slippery surface, there is no friction, so you fall. But even on a footpath or on road, on some surface, there is a friction, coefficient of friction. So let us say you have 80 kilogram weight and you multiply by 0.5, 40 kilogram it is. You multiply by 0.6, it is 40, it is say 48, like that. If you multiply, so you have 90 kilogram and 0.6 is there, so 54. Whatever weight you get, this is horizontal weight. In this horizontal, multiply by distance you cover, that's called work done. When you walk certain kilometer per hour. This means maybe 5 kilometer per hour, 4 kilometer per hour, 3 kilometer per hour, whatever you walk, or 6 kilometer per hour. It depends upon your speed, your energy within you. This means you do some work. Physics says you work here, you perform here. When your body works physically, certainly you get energy, you lose energy, you dehydrate, then you have to hydrate. This means your fats come out, your sweat come out, your toxic metals come out. So that can reduce your obesity, that can reduce your, you can say, your diet, because you are losing energy and you are gaining energy. There is a heat transfer from outside to inside and inside to outside. Temperature difference, inside temperature is whatever it is, outside there is a thermal gradient depending upon temperature of sun and moisture contents of air. That applies onto you, but you have to do that. This means this is number one, that you have to walk. You avoid use of transport, avoid use of car. I'm not saying always, but as much as you can. You are going to market, you are going just for stalling, you are just going to school. Wherever you can, say 1 kilometer, 2 kilometer, 3 kilometer, 4 kilometer, 5 kilometer. If you can, you use walking. You go by walking. So two problems, obesity and your diabetes reduced. If not reduced immediately, seldom die and come down. Then you have to hydrate yourself. You drink hot water, don't drink cold water. Hot water cells, hot means boiled water, shall certainly reduce your toxins in. So and keep your blood moving, blood circulation in a state. And then lemon, of course, you can take, or something you can take, or you can say ginger you can take, or you say garlic you can take. This is all number one. I am not a doctor, but this is safety measures. It's not going to harm, because garlic is also organic material, and you can say ginger is also organic, lemon is organic, so you can take them. Because America is cold country, England is cold country, they can face a gang of problems. Usually they joggle, but joggle is something else. Joggle is different exercise. So this is point number one. Point number two is hypertension. Hypertension means when you are in stress, certainly you get this disease. Overtension, you can say hypertension. So hypertension means stress. And I am sure it comes to those who overdrink. Overdrinking or drinking also brings to you hypertension. You are not that big scientist, but still you are in stress. Means you have stress of money shortage, you have stress of some other problem, or you have stress of loneliness. Stress can come from whatever form you think. So you have to keep yourself busy in your job, in your personal life, you keep your mind busy, and when you keep your mind busy, most of energy is consumed by mind, and mind can transfer energy to your body to release your stress. This is my experience. If you're tired, if you're not interested in working, start working. After 5-10 minutes, you'll find you're interested in working. So hypertension can be reduced that way, or walking can also reduce hypertension, because when you walk, I experimented, your mind works very fast. When you walk, your mind is energized, your body is energized, and these organs will start working better than these were working when you did not walk, when you were sitting. So that's all. So these three are, you can say, physically oriented exercises can help you. On top of thinking, think when you are in stress, think for something. Whatever problem you think for something, don't worry that your stress will increase, and I'm sure your stress will decrease. And moreover, if you are in married life, you have different types of problems. I can't tell you about that because I don't experience of that. But as far as keeping busy is concerned, keep concentration on everything. Do not just do something and leave it. If you do something, start something, you do it. Because once you accomplish that, you will feel happy at least. I have done this. So I am just advising you, number 2, that hypertension means you keep yourself busy, keep your mind busy, keep drinking hot water, keep drinking, and don't oversleep. Oversleep also brings problem, because when you oversleep, your blood starts settling, and it affects on its circulation. So blood pressure can also lead to hypertension or hypertension. So according to a statement made by that scientist, it's not only to Americans, I'm suggesting to everyone in our country, in other countries, where there's a problem. In our country, there's one benefit, we have got plenty of sunlight, that's a plus point. Sunlight is energy, we know that. Even then we have energy, we run away from that. We have our immune system, of course. We are those who use sun in our country or in Gulf country or in other country. You will find them stronger than those who don't use sun. Those who think if you go to sun, your mind starts, backwards. No, I don't accept that. Yes, there is energy, it starts heated up, of course, but for momentarily, later on you find when you are relaxed, it works very faster. It works very faster. So you should say sunlight. First was that you have to control these three areas, and that's simply by walking or performing some other exercise. You can say excessive drinking water, hot water, boiled water, and keeping yourself busy. And then about your sun, that's most important. I say sun is natural and it is energy. And this is not only energy, this is, refined energy. It brings with this ultraviolet rays also, in addition to air content chemicals like nitrogen, oxygen, argon, methane, propane, etc., which are of course harmful to some extent, but because we need immune to our body, the immune system work fast in our body. And only way is that you keep yourself tight in sun. You receive sun, if not whole day, for some hours or few minutes. Because even medical science does not know what quantity of sun rays do you need for replenishing your body of vitamin D. Vitamin D means sun, means the heat of sun or thermal energy from sun. And ultraviolet means though it's not good for body, but if you want to use ultraviolet for purpose of raising your immune system, to energizing your bones or intestines, and this comes through sun only. And sun, when in daytime around, when sun is up and down, it varies, means ultraviolet values, ultraviolet index, which is 0 to 10, maximum is 10 and minimum is 0. When there's no sun, is 0. And the 5 is an average, and 5 is around 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock. It may be 10, it may be 11, it may be 12 sometime, depending on. I would take it with pain, of course. Pain is heat for around half hour, or you can say 1 hour if you can. You are having many injections of ultraviolet rays on your body. You are having injections of vitamin D in your body. You are having injections of sun rays in your body. So you are having treatment yourself. You will sweat out and you will remove toxins in your body and you will get fresh. You will feel energized and relaxed and light. So this is very important if you understand this point. Don't overexposure, because overexposure leads to a skin problem, and when your body is well built, is well immune, it means the virus attack is minimized. That's just an understanding, because your body is heated up during sun. You say you are standing in 40 degrees Celsius or 45 degrees Celsius. In some cases maybe up to 50 degrees Celsius. That means internal temperature rises, which may be about 37 to 40 momentarily for half an hour, and then you take water, it goes down. So this means your whole system is heated up, and if you ever do that, you are heated up, you are having a natural treatment of your body, which is much more important than allopathic treatment or other treatment. So if you can do that, you can cycle, you can drive cycle, stop driving car in those hours, because car driving is not healthy, because ultraviolet rays penetrates through glasses of cars windows also. Therefore, this is what number 2. Number 3, it is use sun. Your friend is sun. Sun means you are, if you're outside, you are in sun, you are getting 2 benefits. Which number A is that you are getting vitamin D, you are getting ultraviolet rays, you are getting many chemicals, you are getting heat or heated air, and you are getting physical energy. This is more than. And then keep busy, enjoy life, don't worry about why something. Hot food, hot water, yes, and avoid AC, air conditioning. Air conditioning is a facility to give you chilled air, but it's also a detrimental to your body. It's detrimental in the sense, first of all, our AC efficiency, we have very limited changes of air, and changes of air is very important to increase quality of our air conditioning system. And moreover, air conditioning system is very powerful because of having its air wattage and having its BHP of compressor. It has enough power to pull air, and it's having power, it's pulling air, it's sucking air, and that's the only reason that you're getting chilled air. But don't forget that air contents of this virus COVID are very is small, and it's much smaller than particle of air. And the size wise is much, and you can say 10 times smaller than clay particle size, and you can say smoke particle size. You see, when you smoke, you get particles, and this particle, whatever size is, this virus is lesser than that. So it's so light and so small size that even filter of your AC cannot stop it from being penetrating through. And if there is some droplet available air in your near vicinity of your AC unit or wherever, it enters in, and then it can flow into your room. So what shall happen? You can imagine, once it's closed in a room in desired temperature, it can multiply in its copies and replicas and can harm you. So this is also another point. Whether you drive car or you stay in office or you have to take care. Don't ignore this because this is essential. You have to select your life or your death into. If you want AC is important in your life, it's more important in your life, then you will lose that. You will lose in a sense. You have to understand this point. This I'm trying to suggest to everybody, because I try to get information from various sources, various newspapers and various reports which come in. And also a report update is that so far there is no evidence either that this was released by Wuhan laboratory or this was manufactured or this was manufactured. Neither of these have been proved so far. And all scientists say this all useless, all irrelevant, nothing to do with evidence, only political people, they are talking just to attack each other. Otherwise there is no evidence in this regard, scientifically based. So we should not think about that. There is no such evidence. All these are fake news, whatever coming in is. These people are spreading fake news as far as origin of this virus is concerned, it's human design, nothing as such. So this was regarding this, and there have been many cases now, but now people are not very serious about this because they are interested in economy, and they weigh economy and this the lockdown. When they compare, they know economy is more important for them than lockdown. So lockdown is just for normalcy sake now. It's nothing to do with precautionary measures, even because you go to England, you go to your people are breaking everything. They are not very serious, they want to enjoy life. And once you enjoy life, that's what virus wants, Virus wants you enjoy life. And if I enjoy life, that's success of virus. Virus is successful. So if you want, that's up to you. And when scientists say yesterday, today also just news, a scientist say in any event that is going to work for years. Don't worry about this. Try to learn with this. Try to say as it is. You have to compromise and change your lifestyle. And you change lifestyle, everything changes. And also, I got yesterday message that if you talk more, high pitch talk, high volume talk, it's dangerous. In connection with this virus, you talk high pitch and you open your lips and tongue and you deliver these droplets into air. If you are impacted or you're asymptomatic, you drop out these particles in long distance of your room or you're outside, then it will be there for hours together. And it can impact others, it can inhaled by others. So this was one point. Other one that your mobile phones is a source of virus transmission medium. This also said by scientists. This is claimed by one UAE police scientist, UAE police scientist who has been in research of this. He says that always there are certain viruses on this plastic mobile. So mobile is a source for virus transmission. Be careful. You have to keep it sanitized all the time, and you have to avoid long talks, and you have to talk in sensible manner. Don't speak in high volume. These were recommendations, these were information received yesterday. I collected from various sources, and there are many more, but some are useful, some are not. So, but ultimately, whole world is he was driven towards economy and leaving virus behind, and though it will not leave you, you leave it. Virus is not going to leave you, and every time you think so, it will come back. It's not leaving China also, don't worry. It's not leaving any country, it shall come to you so easily. Maybe in between it takes rest, in 1 week or 2 week time it takes rest for 2 days, 3 days, it comes back again. With increased potential, we have to be careful about this. Don't think it is gone. Virus is a part of your life, our life, and social distancing, all this is okay, fine, this is measures, and I control and my control. I can be affected. This has been proven in Egypt when one doctor eye vision is gone. He was working in this medical house of corona, and then brain, if it reaches your brain, it can cause havoc in your life. It can lead you to paralysis, or it can even impact on memory of your mind, and you can forget even something. You may not even identify your relatives in that case. So there are so many issues now. You have to take care of your eye, you have to take care of your nose, you have to take care of your mouth and lips and all that, and you have to take care of your mind and your ears, and you have to take care on top of that of your body, which should be properly handled, which should not be heated, we should not be lazy, we should not have, and you must have control over diseases, which scientists from America say that our people are very weak, and everybody can say people are very weak. You can say, why you have them? Obesity they have, and hypertension they have, and this diabetes they have, and same thing our people have here. We have diabetic patient, and as far as hypertension concerned, I think generally our youth are having hypertension all the time. They're always under stress, and then only ways you have to walk, heat up the hot water, drink hot water, eat hot food, avoid use of AC, go to sun, stay in sun, take hot boiled water, and do whatever you can. These precautionary measures shall save you from adverse impact of this virus. No one else can save you except God. And don't blame God. God has sent this virus to you. God is trying to teach you. You have to convert to natural living. You have to drop your cars. You have to use your cars on to minimum. And probably when you drive, don't use AC of car. You may use blower of car, but not your AC chilled car. It can harm you. Maybe you have discomfort in this way, but discomfort is better than virus. That I want to say. अभी आप चाहते हैं तो मैं थोड़ा हिंदी में बात कर लेता हूँ इस बारे में, बहुत ज़रूरी बात है, क्योंकि लोग कहेंगे बस अंग्रेजी बोलता रहता है, हमें कुछ समझ नहीं आता है, क्या समझता है अपने आप को। ऐसा नहीं है, मैं हिंदी भी बोलूँगा थोड़ी सी, क्योंकि हिंदी में जो शब्द हैं वो आते नहीं हैं इंग्लिश वाले, इसलिए थोड़ी प्रॉब्लम होती है। कोई बात नहीं है, मुझे कोई इस बात में घमंड नहीं है कि मैं इंग्लिश में बोलूँ, हिंदी ही में हिंदी एरिया का आदमी हूँ, लेकिन क्योंकि बात हम सबसे कर रहे हैं, आपसे तो कर ही रहे हैं और हमारे देश के उन लोगों से भी कर रहे हैं जहाँ इंग्लिश जानते हैं या अपनी भाषा जानते हैं, वो जो हम नहीं जानते। तो और विदेश में भी लोग रहते हैं, हर जगह रहते हैं, तो इंग्लिश ज़्यादातर लोगों तक पहुँचा देती है, बस इतना ही होता है। और बाकी अपनी भाषा तो अपनी है ही। अब हम हिंदी में ही बात करेंगे तो दिल्ली, हरियाणा, पंजाब से जहाँ जहाँ हिंदी समझते हैं, मद्रास वाला नहीं समझेगा, आंध्रा वाला नहीं समझेगा, केरला वाला नहीं समझेगा, बात तो वहीं आके रुक जाती है। हमारा पर्पस कम्युनिकेशन का है, कोई भाषा के डेवलपमेंट का नहीं है। जिस तरह हम कहते हैं अपने भरोसे, हम इंग्लिश नहीं सिखा रहे एक दूसरे को, हम वर्क कर रहे हैं। हम जब इंजीनियरिंग फील्ड में काम करते हैं, अरे भैया इंग्लिश के क्लास नहीं है, ठीक है, जैसे लिखती जैसे बोल दी, फाइन, मतलब समझ आ गया ना, हमें काम से मतलब है, इंग्लिश से मतलब है। ऐसे मैंने आंसर बहुत से सुने हैं, विदेशियों से सुने हैं, जब उनसे मुझे घमंड था वहाँ इंग्लिश में कि लोग हिंदी इंग्लिश नहीं जानते, लेकिन वो इस बात का बुरा नहीं मानते कि इंग्लिश नहीं जानते। वो कहते हैं इंग्लिश की गुलाम थोड़ी है, ठीक है, आपने अपनी सोच है, इस बात पे बहस नहीं करना चाहता। हाँ, आपको समझा रहा था कि हिंदी में बता देते हैं, थोड़ा बता देते हैं। अमेरिका वाले की मैंने एक रिपोर्ट पुलिस में कहा गया था, अमेरिकन लोग सहायतमंद नहीं हैं, हेल्दी नहीं। बात से पढ़ के थोड़ा अजीब तो लगा, लेकिन सच्चाई तो है, सच्चाई से नहीं भाग सकते आप। वो कहता है कि साइंटिस्ट कहता है कि छोटा मोटा आदमी नहीं कह रहा, कोई गली छाप नहीं कह रहा, एक आदमी जो बहुत पढ़ा लिखा है, जिसकी बात पे यकीन करना ही पड़ता है, वो आदमी कह रहा है तो मानना पड़ेगा कि हम लोग, हमारे जो लोग जो हैं, हमारे अंदर 3 तरह की बीमारी पाई जाती है उनके यहाँ। एक बीमारी उसने बताया ओबेसिटी, मोटापा। दूसरी बीमारी बताई डायबिटिज्म। डायबिटिज्म को हिंदी में क्या कहते हैं ये नहीं पता, शुगर की बीमारी कहते हैं शायद, शुगर की बीमारी। क्या टेम्परेचर सुबह होता है 3 बजे 27 डिग्री 28 डिग्री, क्या करेगा कोई? साहब उन्होंने कहा कि हमारे यहाँ ओबेसिटी होती है, हमारे यहाँ डायबिटिक होते हैं लोग, और हाइपरटेंशन होते हैं। 3 के नाम लिए उन्होंने। अच्छा लगा, चलो कुछ तो बताया, पता तो लगा कि वहाँ क्या है। बहुत ऊंचे समझते हैं कि हम ही हैं जो कुछ है। अब सवाल ऊंचा नीचे का नहीं है, बीमारी की बात है। कहते हैं इसलिए हमारे अमेरिकन में ज़्यादातर लोगों में ये बीमारी होती है, जिसके कारण उनकी बॉडी में वो चीज़ नहीं है जो होनी चाहिए, वो शक्ति नहीं है, वो रेजिस्टेंस नहीं है बॉडी, उसको हम कहते हैं इम्यूनिटी नहीं है। इसलिए वो लोग ज़्यादा मर गए, मोटे भी हैं, चर्बी भी बढ़ी हुई है, और स्ट्रेस में रहते हैं। भाई स्ट्रेस किस बात की है वो तो मैं नहीं जानता। अमेरिका में रह के अगर स्ट्रेस है तो भाई आप दुनिया को अपनी कहते हैं हम ही हैं सब कुछ, तो अब आपके स्ट्रेस भी है, किस बात की स्ट्रेस है? पैसे की आपको कमी नहीं है, साइंस में वो भी नहीं है, जॉब्स भी आपको कमी नहीं है, फिर किस बात की स्ट्रेस है मैं नहीं जानता। वो कि रखो स्ट्रेस अपने पास। कहने का मतलब है वहाँ के लोगों में ये प्रॉब्लम है, लेकिन हमें ये नहीं भूलना चाहिए हमारे लोगों में भी ये प्रॉब्लम है। यंग जनरेशन में तीनों प्रॉब्लम है। तीनों इसलिए कि हम भी फास्ट फूड खाते हैं, यंग लोग पका के नहीं खाते घर में। हमारे यंग बहुत अपने को मॉडर्न कहने वाले, आधुनिक कहने वाले बच्चे पिज़्ज़ा खाते हैं, आप जानते हैं। घर में पका के नहीं खाना, सब्जी नहीं खानी, अरे बॉयल करके ही खा लो, सब्जी घर में बना लो, रोटी घर में बना लो। क्यों इतना चाहते हो कि हम तो पका पकाया खाना चाहते हैं? शक्ति है नहीं बॉडी में। चल के बोल लीजिए किसी से, मैं तो कार में जाऊँगा, भाई मेरे बस का नहीं, धूप बहुत। एक सिंपल सा आंसर होता है। 28 साल की उम्र है, 30 साल की उम्र है, यार आप चल नहीं सकते 1 किलोमीटर? नहीं नहीं नहीं, मैं आधा किलोमीटर नहीं चल सकता भाई। यार हम पागल थे, बचपन में चलते थे, हम पे तो साइकिल भी नहीं होती थी, हम तो पैदल जाते थे स्कूल, और 1-2 किलोमीटर में ऐसे ही चल देता था। यार छोड़ो, बस की कौन इंतजार करेगा? 10 टिकट की बात नहीं है, जो 10 आधा घंटे में तो बस आएगी तो मैं खड़ा हूँ, 15 मिनट पहुँच जाएंगे यार। ऐसे करते थे। मैं अपनी तारीफ नहीं कर रहा, लेकिन लाइफ स्टाइल ऐसी थी कि यार बस बहुत देर में आएगी, कौन खड़ा है, चलो निकलते हैं, ऐसे ही बात करते करते यार ऐसे निकल जाते हैं यार, 1-2 गिलास पानी पी लेंगे, रास्ते में पहुंच जाएंगे। उससे क्या होता था, बॉडी में चलना होता था, हम चल लेते थे। पसीना भी आता तो आने दो, पसीना आने दो, पानी पी लेंगे, नींबू पी लेंगे। अरे नींबू में कितना पैसा लगता था, पानी में कितना पैसा लगता था, लेकिन बॉडी में तो ट्रीटमेंट हो गया, धूप भी लग गई आपको, हवा भी मिल गई आपको साफ, और आप चल भी लिए, आपका पसीना भी निकल गया, आप थक भी गए थोड़े से। तो जो चाहिए था डॉक्टर के पास जाने से, दवाइयों से, वो हमें ऐसे ही मिल गया। विटामिन डी मिल गई, विटामिन आपको जो हवा की क्या बोलते हैं, विटामिन डी, और या धूप से मिलती है। उसके बाद आपको अल्ट्रावायलेट की रेस भी मिल गई। उस टाइम कम होती थी, चलो 5 ही रही होंगी, ज़्यादा नहीं होंगी, 6 रही होंगी, 7 रही होंगी, आज की तरह 15 तक पहुँच जाती है, वो तो नहीं थी। तो हमें जो चाहिए होता था वो मिल जाता था, और इतना तो ले ही लेते थे, चाहे ज़बरदस्ती लें या भुला के में रहें, या बस के नहीं आने की वजह से रहें, या साइकिल पर भी नहीं आके, तो वो चीज़ें हमें मिलती रही हैं। लेकिन आज का युवा लेना नहीं चाहता, और आज का दूसरा व्यक्ति भी लेना नहीं चाहता। वो स्टेटस होता है उनका कि कार में जाएं या मोटरसाइकिल पे जाएं, स्टेटस नहीं होता कि कार मोटरसाइकिल नहीं यूज़ करते। आपको मेरी आदत है, मैं चलता रहता हूँ। कई बार जब मैं वॉकिंग करता हूँ आफ्टरनून में, करीब करीब आदत सी पड़ गई है, 1 घंटा, 1.5 घंटा, सवा घंटा, जितना भी हुआ 6 किलोमीटर के आसपास चल लिए। अभी जैसे आजकल मई है तो मैं कोशिश करता हूँ कि चलने थोड़ा अच्छा रहता है। तो रास्ते में कुछ लोग मिल भी जाते हैं, कोई स्कूटर में जा रहा है, कोई मोटरसाइकिल में जा रहा है, कोई कार में भी जा रहा है। थोड़ा एज का भी चक्कर, थोड़ा शरीर है वैसा दिखने वाला कि ओल्ड आदमी है, बाल भी ऐसे हैं, तो वो सोचते हैं यार शायद घर में कोई इनका होगा नहीं, ये कहीं ड्यूटी से आ रहे होंगे या जा रहे होंगे, या बच्चा इनकी कोऑपरेट नहीं करता हो, इसलिए वो कहते हैं आइए बैठ जाइए, हम छोड़ देते हैं। बेचारे वो दूसरे एंगल से कहते हैं बूढ़ा आदमी है, इसके बस का नहीं है, हम थोड़ी हेल्प कर देते हैं। अच्छा, वो अच्छी बात है, मैं उसको नहीं कह रहा, लेकिन भाई आप भी तो थोड़ा पैदल चल लीजिए ना। मेरा कहने का मतलब इतना है, अगर घर पे आप चलेंगे नहीं घर जाने के बाद, और सुबह भी आप ड्यूटी पे जल्दी जल्दी जाएंगे, वहाँ तब भी नहीं चलेंगे, दिन में तो आप काम कर ही रहेंगे, तो आप ये बताइए कि आपने 24 घंटे में से लिए अपने लिए कितना समय निकाला, ये प्रश्न उठता है। आप जीना चाहते हैं, अच्छी ज़िंदगी चाहते हैं, तरक्की भी चाहते हैं, वो सब होना चाहिए, लेकिन अगर 24 घंटे में आपके पास अपने लिए 1 घंटा भी नहीं है एक्सक्लूसिव आपके होना चाहिए, तो फिर आप क्या इलाज करेंगे अपना? आपके पास पैदल चलने के लिए समय नहीं है, घर में आपके परिवार है और मेंबर्स हैं, उनके साथ आपका टाइम निकल जाएगा, टीवी देखेंगे, रोटी खाएंगे, कुछ और काम करेंगे, वो सब आपको नहीं मिलेगा जो मिलना चाहिए। और बच्चे भी आपके स्कूल पैदल नहीं जाते हैं, बहुत कम लोग जाते हैं पैदल। गरीब होंगे जो बहुत ज़्यादा, या साइकिल ले ली किसी ने, वही पैदल वही साइकिल पर जाएगा। और बाकी तो भाई बड़े लोग हैं, उनके बारे में कह नहीं सकता, अब बड़े तो बड़े होते हैं, हम तो छोटे लोग रहे हैं, हम तो बहुत गरीब परिवार के रहे, इसलिए हम अपने आप को शर्म नहीं महसूस करते इसमें। ये लोग, ये बड़े लोग हैं, इनको तो बड़ी कार में जाना है, बड़ी कार में, छोटी में भी नहीं जाएंगे, कार बड़ी होनी चाहिए, और उनके सामने छोटी कार नहीं निकलनी चाहिए, पहले उनको निकलना है। जब आदमी का स्तर इस तरह का हो जाए तो भगवान भी सोचता है कि मैंने इसको क्या बनाया था, ये क्या बन गया। पैसे के सामने आप इतने बड़े बन के बैठ गए कि पैसा ही जो कुछ है, और मैं कुछ नहीं, मैंने आपको बनाया। आप मंदिर मस्जिद इसलिए जाते हैं कि मेरे को बता दे कुछ और दे दो, मेरे लिए तो आप नहीं आते हैं। आप चाहे मंदिर जाएं, चाहे मस्जिद जाएं, कहीं भी जाएं, आप सिर्फ अपने लिए आते, भाई मुझे कुछ और दे भगवान, गुरु जी और ये मेरा काम करते दे, इसी आस्था से आप आते हैं, और मुझे ये पसंद नहीं है। मेरा मतलब ये है कि ये बॉडी आपको भगवान ने दी है, आपकी अपनी नहीं है। इतना आपको पता होना चाहिए कि आत्मा भी आपकी अपनी नहीं है। आपके पास अपनी आत्मा है, आपके पास ये शरीर भगवान ने जो दिया है वो भी है। अपना ख्याल नहीं तो उसका तो ख्याल कर लो। उसे तो गलानी महसूस ना हो कि मैंने इसको इतना अच्छा बनाया, सारे केमिकल्स बॉडी में दिए, बायोकेमिकल्स दिए, पूरा सिस्टम बना के, और ये शराब पिए जा रहा है, ये मांस मदिरा खाया जा रहा है। ये समझता ही नहीं शराब में फॉरेन मेटल्स डाले जा रहा है। कभी आप लोहा खाने की सोचते हैं? कभी आप कुछ और एक पत्थर खाने की सोचते हैं? नहीं सोचते ना। क्यों नहीं? क्योंकि वो आपको हजम नहीं होगा और उसमें टेस्ट नहीं आएगा। तो ये जो आप खाते हैं मांस मदिरा चिकन पिकन, इससे क्या मिलता है आपको? इससे कुछ नहीं मिलता आपको, सिवाय ये जो 2 इंच की आपकी टंग है ना, इसके टेस्ट के लिए आप खाते हैं। और जब इससे थोड़ा पीछे निकल जाता है ना, वो सीधा गार्बेज शूट से उतरता हुआ, ये नीचे पीछे गार्बेज शूट है, गार्बेज छत या ऊपर मकान बने होते हैं, हाई स्टोरी, आई मीन टू से हाई राइज बिल्डिंग, वहाँ से गार्बेज शूट लगाते से डाल के नीचे आके कलेक्ट हो जाता है। वो जो अंदर से गार्बेज शूट गार्बेज शूट पर आपको टेस्ट नहीं आएगा, वो सीधा जाएगा नीचे गिरेगा। तो आप उस गार्बेज शूट तक भेजने के लिए इतना सब कुछ करते हैं। आप सीधा साधा खाना नहीं खा सकते। भगवान ने आपको गेहूँ दिया है, चावल दिया है, दालें दी है, सब्जियाँ दी हैं, आप सीधा खाना खा के सिंपल ज़िंदगी नहीं जी सकते। क्या मिलेगा आपको खा के? बस एक वो है, अरे नॉन वेज हूँ, मुझे चिकन खाना है, मुझे बीफ खानी है, मुझे मटन खाना है। यही चीज़ें इंसान को मारती हैं, जिद्द को मार देती हैं। आपके शरीर में इनकी जरूरत नहीं है। डॉक्टर क्या कहते हैं? छोड़ जाइए उनको, डॉक्टर खुद कहते हैं, इसलिए बोलते हैं ऐसे। आपका शरीर जिस मेटल से बना है उस मेटल को शरीर में जरूरत है। क्या आपके शरीर में पत्थर भरे हुए हैं? क्या आपके शरीर में इस तरह के केमिकल भरे हुए जो इन जानवरों में पाए जाते हैं? नहीं है। तो आपको वो चीज़ खानी चाहिए जो आपके अंदर जाके सही तरह से काम करे, और वो होता है वेजिटेरियन। लोग वेजिटेरियन का मतलब भी दूसरा लेके बैठे हैं, यही समझ नहीं आती मेरे को बात। वेजिटेरियन नहीं है, वज्रिटेरियन है। वज्र पत्थर को कहते हैं, पत्थर से जो भी उपजा होती है, पत्थर का मतलब मिट्टी से है, मिट्टी से जो भी उपजता है उसको वेजिटेरियन कहते हैं। वेजिटेरियन का मतलब ये है। घास फूस कह देते हैं हर लोग, घास फूस, हाँ यार खाते हैं घास फूस। आप क्या खाते हो? हम तो चलो घास फूस खाते हैं। आप क्या खाते हो? आप तो डेड बॉडीज खाते हो। हम घास फूस खाते हैं तो क्या उससे अच्छा है आप खा के तो देखिए। मैंने देखा कहीं नहीं, मेरा रहा है, जब इस तरह का एक्सपेरिमेंट बहुत किया। खा लेते हैं यार, यूथ होता है वो थोड़ा एडजस्टेबल भी होता है। मैंने ये दिखा है, हमारे कुछ साथी रहे बाहर में, 20 के ऊपर काम किया, 20 साल से ऊपर, बहुत तरह के लोग देखे, बहुत तरह के, हर स्टेट से डील किया है। और हम क्योंकि पढ़े लिखे हैं तो उनके हमारे कॉन्टैक्ट हो जाते थे, हमारे साथ बैठे थे, बात करते थे, मीटिंग करते थे, खाना भी खा लेते थे। कई बार मेरा तो पराठा छीन लेते थे अंग्रेज लोग, मैं पराठे बना के ले आता था, वो छीन लिया कर देख खाना मुझे देते। कोई बात नहीं है, ये तो चलता है। इनको कई बार मैंने वेजिटेबल खिलाई बना के बाजार से लेके, कैसा लगा? बहुत अच्छा, वेरी गुड वेरी गुड। खाने की बात तो क्या गुड़िया बैठ, खाने से पहले तो बीफ खानी है, मटन खाना है। यार क्या बात करते हो? हमारे इंजीनियर साहब थे, मेरे साथ थे, बिहार के थे, बड़े इंटेलिजेंट थे, इसमें कोई शक नहीं है। घोड़ी बहुत था। मेरी बीवी नहीं बनाएगी तो वापस भेज दूँगा उसको पटना के, ठीक है भेज दे। आप मुझे क्या कहता है? ये तो रोज चाहिए मुझको, मुर्गा चिकन, क्या खाना होता है इसके बिना कोई? यार पढ़ा लिखा इंजीनियर ऐसी बात करते, मैं क्या कहूँ उसको? अब देखिए वक्त की बात होती है। एक दिन बात ऐसे की, उससे मैंने कहा देखो ठीक बात नहीं, आप बहुत मोटे हो रहे, सही नहीं हजम नहीं होता आपको। पुराने इंजीनियर था वो, आज छोड़ो यार, ये खाना होता है तो मुर्गा खाओ, ये खाओ, वो खाओ, ठीक है भाई मत खाओ। मेरे को जानते थे बेवकूफ़ है, खाली सब्जी ऐसे ही खाता है, मेरे को बेवकूफ़ समझते थे। 4 दिन बाद पता लगा ICU में पड़े सर। मिलने का क्या हो गया भाई? ऐसे हो गया यार। मैंने अब क्या करोगे? तो डॉक्टर ने कहा है भाई आप ये सब खाना छोड़ दो। कई बार क्या होता है कि किसी के मुंह की बात भी लग जाती है, ये मैंने देखा है। वो है इंस्टेंट, मेरे मुंह की बात तो कहने की बात आ गई, लेकिन इंस्टेंट होता है कि कोई आदमी आपको बताता है कुछ, आपको इग्नोर करते हैं, तो शायद उस समय हो सकता है भगवान का कोई एजेंट वहाँ सुन रहा हो और सबक सिखाने के लिए बीमार करता है। हालांकि वो मरता नहीं है, कोई भी ठीक हो जाता है, लेकिन किसी के लाइफ को चेंज करने के लिए ऐसा होता है। तो मैंने कहा मैं क्या बात कर रहा हूँ, कहाँ पहुँच गया बात, में क्या कर रहा था आपसे उस न्यूज़ के बारे में। मेरा कहने का मतलब था कि आपको अब अपने आप को चेंज करना चाहिए, समय आ चुका है। 2020 अनाउंस कर रहा है कि दुनिया वालों ठीक हो जाओ, मैंने दुनिया बदल दी है, और सच पूछो तो बदल ही दी है। गले मिलना पाप है आज की तारीख में, हाथ मिलाना पाप है आज की तारीख में, किस करना पाप है आज की तारीख में, जो सब करते हैं। होमोसेक्सुअलिटी देखी कितनी बड़ा, ये शर्म आती है मुझे देख के। खाना खा के वीडियो रोज आते हैं, मैं तंग आ गया मैं इनसे। मानते नहीं है, भेजे जाते हैं, बदतमीजी की हद है। क्या करेंगे आप? लोगों की आदतें खराब हो गई हैं, फैमिली टूट गई है, दिमाग खराब हो गए हैं, जॉब नहीं है, बूढ़ों के दिमाग खराब है, बाकी तो छोड़िए आप। अब बच्चे लिखते हैं 20-20, 30-30 साल के फेसबुक पे, मुझे एक आदमी की जरूरत है 40 साल का हो, 50 साल का हो, ऐसी पोस्ट लगती है। बताइए आप क्या करोगे? किधर से निकले थे, कहाँ आ गए, कहाँ जाना है पता ही नहीं। हमारी मंजिल क्या हम जानते नहीं, हमने कौन से आसमान को छूना है जानते नहीं, क्या करेंगे जिंदगी में, लेकिन कर रहे हैं, चल रहे हैं। अरे यार, आपकी मंजिल क्या है, आपको करना क्या है? आप ना समय क्यों खराब कर रहे हो? याद रखना, समय वापस नहीं आता। समय एक ऐसी दौलत है जो एक बार जाने के बाद, समय तो चलता रहेगा, लेकिन आपकी ज़िंदगी का जो समय भगवान ने फिक्स किया है, जितना भी समय फिक्स किया है, उसमें से जो निकल गया, आप उसको वापस नहीं ले सकते, किसी भी कीमत पर ले सकते। यहाँ कंप्रोमाइज़ नहीं है। तो समय आपका है, मेरा तो नहीं है। अब आप समय को इस तरह ख़राब करेंगे, फिर आप कहेंगे देखो मुझे कुछ नहीं मिला ज़िंदगी में, मैं पीछे रह गया, या आपको टॉर्चर बढ़ेगा, टॉर्मेंटिंग होगी, तो ये आपका कसूर है। आपको स्वयं सोचना है। इतने बड़े आप हो चुके हैं कि मैं तो नहीं चाहता आपको बताऊँ, ना ही आपके पापा मम्मी आपको बताएंगे, और बताना चाहिए भी नहीं। जब आप पढ़ गए, लिख गए, डिग्रियाँ ले ली बड़ी बड़ी, आप काम भी करते हैं, सब कुछ करते हैं, अपनी स्टैंडिंग कर रहे हैं लाइफ में, आप डिसीजन ले रहे हैं लाइफ में, तो आपको कंपेयर भी तो करना चाहिए कि मेरा पिछला क्या था और मैं आज क्या हूँ, मुझे किसी से क्या मिला। आप जब तक ये नहीं समझेंगे, आप कोई सही फैसला नहीं कर सकते। और याद रख लेना, सही फैसला करना इतना आसान भी नहीं होता है। गलत फैसला तो आदमी कर ही लेता है, उसको भुगतना भी पड़ता है, लेकिन सही फैसला करने के लिए सोच विचार की जरूरत होती है। और जो सोच विचार के फैसला करता है वो कभी गलत नहीं होगा, उसको कैलकुलेटेड डिसीजन कहते हैं। अगर आप वो करेंगे, बेशक फल ना आए उसका वैसा, उसका रिजल्ट वैसा ना आए, लेकिन वो किसी का नुकसान नहीं करेगा। कई बार कहते हैं क्या होता है, हम सोच के तो चलते हैं इसका ये रिजल्ट होगा, और शायद रिजल्ट कुछ और हो जाता है, लेकिन आपके खिलाफ नहीं होता। वो हो सकता है वो आपके लिए एक नया रास्ता और खोल देता है। अब ये अपने जीवन में आपने फैसला करना है कि आपको डायबिटिक रहना है, या आपको हाइपरटेंशन में रहना है, या ओबेसिटी में रहना है। गल्फ कंट्री वही है जो किसी ज़माने में मेहनत करती थी। आज से 1935 से पहले अगर किसी भी आप उनके आदमी से मिलेंगे, अरबियों से, मैं तो बहुत मिला, वो बताएंगे वो क्या थे। वो हमसे भी नीचे थे। हमारे यहाँ तो खेती करके भी कमा लेते थे लोग, खा लेते थे, पानी रोटी पी लेते थे, दूध घी पी लेते थे, इतना तो था। वहाँ तो ये भी नहीं था। डेजर्ट में क्या करेंगे आप? उनका हाल सुनोगे, वो भगवान ने उनको दे दिया तेल, वो बढ़ गए आगे। नहीं तो वो तो हमारे हिसाब से भिखारी थे एक समय में, भिखारी से भी कम थे। यहाँ भीख तो मिल जाती है, वहाँ भीख भी नहीं देने वाला कोई। मैं उनकी बुराई नहीं कर रहा, मैं सच्चाई बता रहा हूँ। इसलिए वो संभाल के रखे अपने आप को। अरब में जितना अपने को संभाल के रखते हैं, बस बीमारी की प्रॉब्लम उनको आ गई है, अपना पैसा वो ख़राब नहीं करते, याद रखना। लुटाते नहीं है पैसे को। मकान बनाएं, सड़क बनाएं, कुछ और बनाएं, बनाते हैं, नेशनल डेवलपमेंट के बनाते हैं। शराब नहीं पीते, गुंडागर्दी नहीं करते, ठीक है, शादियाँ कितनी करते हैं अलग बात है। बीमारी भी उनको है, इसमें कोई शक नहीं है। ओबेसिटी बहुत है उनमें, जो अमेरिका में उनमें भी है। उसका कारण है ज़्यादा पैसा, उसका कारण है मेहनत करना बंद कर देना। कोई भी मेहनत नहीं करता उनमें। चाहे वो कितना भी पढ़ा लिखा है ना भी हो, कंपनी में आपके साथ काम करेगा तो मुदीर ही कहते हैं। मुदीर का मतलब मैनेजर से होता है, मुदीर। वो उस पोस्ट पे रहना पसंद करते थे जहाँ पे बस वो क्वेश्चन करें आप उनका आंसर दे दो। वो किसी को आंसर नहीं देंगे क्योंकि वो बड़े हैं, उस कंट्री के सिटीजन हैं, आप उनके एम्प्लॉइज हो तो उनका हक बनता है। लेकिन आज क्या हालत है, जब वो नेशनलाइज कर रहे हैं सब कुछ, वो नेशनलाइजेशन कहते हैं इसको। हमारा नेशनलाइजेशन में और उनके नेशनलाइजेशन में फ़र्क है। हम तो कहते हैं सरकारी संपत्ति हो गई तो नेशनलाइज हो गई, वहाँ ऐसा नहीं। वो सिटीजन के नेशनलाइजेशन की बात करते हैं कि आज हमारे जो ये बाहर के लोग आए हैं जिन्होंने हमारे लिए सब कुछ किया है, अब हम चाहते हैं हमारे लोग जो उस टाइम छोटे बच्चे थे जब ये लोग आए थे वो बड़े बड़े हो गए, पढ़ गए, लिख गए, अच्छी डिग्रियाँ उनके पास हैं, इंग्लिश भी अच्छी आती है, लिखना पढ़ना भी अच्छा आता है। तो अब हमारे इन बच्चों को, इन युवाओं को काम मिलना चाहिए। अब बाहर के आदमियों को आहिस्ता आहिस्ता महासलाम कह दीजिए। महासलाम का मतलब बहुत ऊंचा सलाम, जाइए प्लीज़, आपने हमारे लिए बहुत कुछ कर दिया। तो आहिस्ता आहिस्ता पूरे गल्फ की 6 कंट्रीज़ हैं या मिडिल ईस्ट की कंट्रीज़ हैं, वही काफ़ी हो रहा है। मुझे इसका बुरा भी नहीं मानना चाहिए क्योंकि हर चीज़ की एक लिमिट होती है। तो अब उनके बच्चों को पहले देंगे, हमको थोड़ी देंगे, लेकिन फिर भी वो फेल है। उनकी सोच अच्छी है, बुरी नहीं है, अपने लिए सबकी सोच होनी चाहिए, उनकी अच्छी सोच है, लेकिन वो फिर भी फेल है क्योंकि ज़िंदगी में कभी काम किया नहीं और ना कर सकते हैं जब तक कि डंडा नहीं पड़ेगा। हमारे आदमियों में खास बात क्या है, हमारे आदमी जैसे आप स्टेट्स वाइज भी लेंगे तो वहाँ किस तरह काम करते हैं, पहले ग्राफ क्लियर होना चाहिए। हमारा जो साउथ का है, कोई भी जाता है वो चाहता है मैं अच्छी पोस्ट पर रहूँ या ऐसे काम करूँ जो मेहनत ज़्यादा ना करनी पड़े, जहाँ कोई टूल ना चलाना पड़े, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा कम से कम ऑफिस में काम करूँ या मैनेजर बन जाऊँ या इंजीनियर के पद पर रहूँ, कुछ भी करूँ, ऐसा काम जिसमें कहा जाए ये इस्तेमाल करता है। कुछ लोग हमारे ऐसे पंजाब से आ गए, हरियाणा से आ गए, यूपी से आ गए, बिहार से आ गए, वो इस चीज़ को ज़्यादा नहीं सोचते। वो कहते हैं चाहे ये मिले चाहे वो मिले, मिलना चाहिए। वो ओमनी वर्कर हैं, चलो फिजिकल काम मिल गया फिजिकल कर लिया, नहीं मिला तो वर्कर ऑफिस में कर लिया, जैसा भी मिला यार ढक्का होना चाहिए, चलना चाहिए। हमारी सोच अलग अलग है। कभी भी आपको केरला वाला आदमी हो या ज़्यादा ज़्यादा साउथ वाला आदमी हो या और दूसरे हो, वो आपको उन्हीं कामों में मिलना पसंद करेंगे जहाँ थोड़ी कम फिजिकल रिक्वायरमेंट हो। ऐसा ही उनके साथ है अरबियों के साथ। जो अरब के असली लोग हैं 6 कंट्रीज़ के, मैं मिस्र की बात नहीं कर रहा, मैं सीरिया की बात नहीं कर रहा, जो कि अफ्रीकन कंट्रीज़ में आता है, मैं बात कर रहा हूँ जो GCC में आता है, जिसमें 6 कंट्रीज़ हैं जिसके नाम आप जानते होंगे, कतार, सऊदी अरब है, बहरीन है, कुवैत है और ये आपका UAE है और ओमान है। ये जो 6 कंट्री हैं इसमें ज़्यादातर लोग चाहते हैं हम मैनेजर बने, हम मुदीर बने। मुदीर का मतलब मैनेजर होता है, या मुहंदस है, इंजीनियर है तो ठीक है, मुहंदस कहते हैं इंजीनियर को। इंजीनियर है तो कोई बात ही नहीं, तो हम मैनेजर तो नहीं है। इंजीनियर का मतलब मैनेजर तो नेचुरली बॉर्न हो गया वो, लेकिन काम करना पड़ता है, ये बात भूल जाते हैं। पोस्ट तो ले लिया, अब चलेगा, उसमें बैठ के काम कौन करेगा। जब बात काम की आती है तो वहाँ जाके रेड लाइट लग जाती है, वो ग्रीन नहीं हो पाती, उन्हें समय लगेगा, उन्हें सीखना पड़ेगा। अभी तक तो वो बड़े बनते थे, फॉरनर्स काम करते थे और वो आराम से बैठते थे, गप्पे मारते थे, थोड़ा बहुत सीख लिया तो सीख लिया। लेकिन जब आप इंटरप्रेट करने जाएंगे तो आपको तो पूरा काम आना चाहिए, तभी कर सकते हैं, नहीं तो नहीं कर सकते हैं। तो आज वो स्टेज पे आ गए हैं। ये तो बाई चांस है, बीच में अब कोविड आ गया, ये वायरस आ गया, सब कुछ चेंज हो गया। अब शायद वो दोबारा उसी तरफ जाएंगे क्योंकि उनकी भी इकोनॉमी की ऐसी की तैसी हो गई जो हमारी हो गई, जो अमेरिका की सबकी हो गई। इकोनॉमी कचरे में गई सबकी आज की तारीख में, लेकिन आएगी, दोबारा आएगी, ऐसा नहीं है कि नहीं आएगी। एक चीज़ कहते हैं ना, काम चल रहा था रुक गया, मर नहीं गया, रुक गया लेकिन मर तो नहीं गया, फिर उठेगा, फिर चलेगा। लाइफ ऐसे ही चलती है। तो 1 साल का, 2 साल का, 3 साल का क्रैप हो गया, इसका मतलब ये नहीं मर गया, दोबारा चलेगा, फिर आएगा, फिर वहीं आ जाएगा। जब वो वहाँ आएगा उसको लाने के लिए यही लोग दोबारा वही बात करेंगे जो पहले करते थे, क्योंकि ये इनके आदमी इमरजेंसी काम नहीं कर सकते, सोच नहीं सकते। जब तक दोबारा, अब ये देखना थोड़े दिन में यही लोग करेंगे, भाई हमें तो विदेशी चाहिए, हमें वहाँ से भारत से चाहिए या फिलीपाइन से चाहिए या कहाँ से चाहिए, वही बात है ये दोबारा करेंगे। क्योंकि इकोनॉमी सबको प्यारी है, पैसा सबको प्यारा है, और दूसरी बात यह है कि अगर लोगों ने कारें चलाने बंद कर दी, ट्रक चलाने बंद कर दिए, जहाज चलाने बंद कर दिए, सब कुछ बंद हो गए, तो इनको तो पैसा ही नहीं आएगा। इनकी इनकम कहाँ से आती है? इनकी इनकम पेट्रोल से आती है। और अमेरिका भी तो अब इस लाइन में लग गया था। अमेरिका में जो शेल जहाँ से इनका नया तेल आना शुरू हुआ था, शेल, वहाँ से तेल इन्होंने बंद करा है निकालना। पिछले कुछ साल से निकालना शुरू किया था, बहुत पैसा कमाया था। पहले तेल ये भी गल्फ से लेते थे, लीबिया से लेते थे, लेकिन अब इनका अपना तेल निकल आया तो ये बेचने शुरू कर दिए। अमेरिका का हाल है। अब वो अमेरिका देख लो, ना है उधर का ना है इधर का। इनकी एक्सो मोबाइल भी डाउन है, इनकी शेवरन भी डाउन है। भगवान जब किसी को पीटता है तो ऐसे ही पीटता है, और जब किसी को देता है तो ऐसे ही देता है, जैसे 1935 के बाद गल्फ वालों को दिया। बच्चे तो उसके सब एक हैं, उसको फर्क नहीं पड़ता आप भारत हैं या आप चाइना हैं या अमेरिका है, उसके लिए तो उसके बच्चे हैं सब। उसने सबका देखना है, उसने हिंदू मुसलमान सिख ईसाई करके नहीं देखना है, उसने तो अपनी औलाद समझ के देखना है। इस बात को थोड़ा क्लियर हो जाए तो अच्छा है। हम क्लियर नहीं करना चाहते इस बात को, इसलिए पिट जाते हैं। मेरा मतलब कहने का ये है, अब भारत के लोगों को भी थोड़ा सोचना चाहिए, अपने आप को बदलना चाहिए, क्योंकि बार बार सब कुछ नहीं मिलता है, और जो मिल जाता है उसको संभालना बहुत बड़ी बात होती है, खराब करना नहीं होता है। आप क्या सोच रहे हैं? क्यों? खैर, मैं पता नहीं कहाँ की बात कहाँ ले गया, मेरा दिमाग खराब हो रहा है। अब आ जाते हैं अपने देश में। हमारा देश, सच तो यह है, सच अगर पूछे तो हमारा देश, राजनीति छोड़ दीजिए, पीछे में राजनीति की बात नहीं कर रहा, राजनीति में तो सब बकवास होती है। अगर आप सच्चाई देखें हमारे देश की, जो रियलिटी, हमारा देश बहुत बड़ा है, बहुत आगे है, लेकिन हम आगे नहीं हैं। हमारे देश में वो सब कुछ है जो सब कुछ नहीं है सब जगह। पहली बात, हमारे यहाँ पॉपुलेशन है, हमारे यहाँ पढ़े लिखे लोग हैं, हमारे यहाँ खेती की पावर है, खेती करने वाले लोग भी हैं, ऑफिसों में काम करने वाले लोग भी हैं, इंडस्ट्रीज़ में काम करने वाले लोग भी हैं, सड़क बनाने वाले लोग भी हैं, बड़े से बड़े साइंटिस्ट भी हैं, बड़े से बड़े डॉक्टर भी हैं, बड़े से बड़े इंजीनियर्स भी हैं, और पैसा भी है। पैसा गवर्नमेंट की वजह से नहीं है, पैसा लोगों की वजह से। फॉरेन एक्सचेंज जो जान होती है किसी भी देश की, हमारे पास कभी नहीं है। पिछले कई दशकों से बाहर काम कर रहे हैं लोग, गल्फ में, मिडिल ईस्ट में, वो पैसा सारा यहाँ आया है। मेरा भी आया उसमें, सबका है। अमेरिका से नहीं आता, इंग्लैंड से नहीं आता, कनाडा से नहीं आता, लेकिन गल्फ में, नॉर्थ अफ्रीका में या अफ्रीका में, लीबिया में, या जहाँ भी, लेबनान में, मिस्र में, सीरिया में, जहाँ भी लोग काम करते हैं, वो पैसा सारा यहीं बेचते हैं। वो चाहे प्रोफेशनल लोग हों या वो हमारे इंडस्ट्रियल वर्कर हों, वो सारा यहाँ आता है। अब वो आपकी मर्जी है, आप उसको पैसे को वेपन खरीदने में यूज़ करें या उसको देश की भलाई के लिए यूज़ करें, ये मर्जी आपकी। तो देश में किसी भी चीज़ की कोई कमी नहीं है, नेचुरल रिसोर्सेज सारे हैं। वो अलग बात है कि पानी हम रोक नहीं सकते, वो हमारा कसूर है, भगवान का नहीं है। अगर आपने आज तक पानी को मैनेज नहीं किया, वाटर रिसोर्सेज को मैनेज नहीं किया, तो मेरा कसूर नहीं है, आपका कसूर नहीं है, ये कसूर सिस्टम का है। अगर आपके पास जो है आप उसे स्टोर नहीं कर सकते, उसको प्रिजर्व नहीं कर सकते, तो आपका होना ना होना एक बराबर है, चाहे कोई भी सरकार रही हो। मैं सबको ब्लेम देता हूँ। हम लोग वो हैं जो जब जेब में पैसे होते हैं उसकी वैल्यू नहीं देते हैं, उस टाइम खूब खर्चा करते हैं। आओ यार, चलो क्लब चलते हैं, चलो घूम फिर के आते हैं, चलो शिमला चलते हैं, नांगल चलते हैं, वहाँ चलते हैं, फॉरेन चलते हैं, विदेश चलते हैं। वो पैसा जो उछलता है जेब में, वो जब तक खाली नहीं होती जेब, आपको अकल नहीं आती, यार तो मेरी खाली हो गई, 2 रुपये पड़े जेब में, मैं तो बस से भी नहीं जा सकता। तब आँख खुलती है आके, नहीं तब खर्च से जाओ, देखा जाएगा देखूँगा। और जिसके बाद नहीं भी पैसा तो बाप को कमाई, 5-6 प्लॉट पड़े, बेच दो यार, खा लो, शादी कर दो बच्चों की। हमारी संस्कृति ऐसी हो गई, हमारे पास कभी कोई कमी ना थी ना है। हाँ, सेक्शंस है हमारे पास, वो कमी है, क्लासिफिकेशंस है जो नहीं होनी चाहिए। हमारे पास एक वो क्लास है जो काम करके खाती है, एक ऐसी क्लास है जिसको कहते हैं सबसे छोटी क्लास, जिसने काम करके ही खाना है, उसके बिना उसे नहीं मिलना है, मर जाएगा भूखा। उसके बाद दूसरी क्लास आती है जो बातों की खाता है, मिडिल क्लास। मैं ऑफिस में काम करूँगा, मैं कंप्यूटर पे काम करूँगा क्योंकि मैं बहुत पढ़ा लिखा हूँ, मैं हाथ का काम नहीं करता। एक वो क्लास जो प्रोडक्टिव नहीं है, सपोर्ट कर सकता है प्रोडक्शन में, जो अपना कुछ बना के दे नहीं सकता, वो मिडिल क्लास। उसके बाद उससे ऊपर आप थोड़े चले जाएंगे तो एक मैनेजर क्लास आ जाती है जो कहता है मैं हाथ यूँ कर दूँ और आप ही काम कर दो। और उसके पास तो नोट वाले बैठेंगे, चोर हैं, डकैत हैं, हम सब जानते हैं, वो कहने की जरूरत नहीं। और एक सबसे बड़ी क्लास पॉलिटिकल क्लास जो महाबदमाश है, बिना काम की है, झूठ बोलना जिसका काम है, पाप करना जिसका काम है, बस उनको अपने सत्ता में या पोजीशन में रहना है, कैसे भी रह ले। ये हमारा देश है। सबसे नीचे क्लास में कौन आ गया? सबसे क्लास में हमारा इंडस्ट्रियल वर्कर आएगा जो आज परेशान है। हम कहें या ना कहें वो परेशान है, हमने किया उनको परेशान। इस बात को हम माने या ना माने, हम पूरे देश की जनता इस बात के लिए उत्तरदायी हैं। ये भी एक सच्चाई है। वो किसान जो दिन भर काम करता है, अर्ली मॉर्निंग काम करता है, रात रात काम करता है, वो भी उसी क्लास में आता है। यही क्लास देश है, बाकी देश नहीं है। सच पूछो तो यही सबसे छोटे लेवल के लोग जो इंडस्ट्री चलाते हैं, फैक्ट्री चलाते हैं, कंस्ट्रक्शन करते हैं, खेती में काम करते हैं, फैक्ट्रियों में काम करते हैं, असली देश यही है। बाकी सब फेक है। क्या है, कंप्यूटर काम कर दिया, बहुत काम कर दिया, यार आपको आता है तो आप कर रहे हैं, बस उसको सिखा दो वो भी कर लेगा, उसको कौन सी बड़ी बात है। सब किसान मोबाइल चलाते हैं, सब वर्कर मोबाइल चलाते हैं, तो कंप्यूटर में भी काम कर लेंगे, तो सीखने की बात है, बस आपने सीख लिया, नाच रहे हैं आप। 1 डिग्री करने से, 2 डिग्री करने से कोई आदमी पढ़ा लिखा नहीं होता। टेक्स्ट जानता है वो, बस इतना टेक्स्ट उसको आता है, काम नहीं आता। आप काम करा लीजिए किसी पढ़े लिखे आदमी से, करके दे दे तो वो इंजीनियर भी होगा तो नहीं कर पाएगा, काम करा लेगा, खुद नहीं कर पाएगा। यही कहने की बात है। हम लोग अपने आप को सही नहीं समझ पाए। इंजीनियर वो होता है जो काम कर भी ले, जो करा भी दे, वो इंजीनियर होता है। मैं ये नहीं कहता इस सारा काम खुद कर लेंगे, लेकिन काम आना तो चाहिए। अगर काम आपने टेक्नीशियन से ही सीखना है तो आप किस बात के इंजीनियर हैं? मैं भी तो इंजीनियर हूँ, मुझे शर्म आती आनी चाहिए, लेकिन मैं कह रहा हूँ साहब, जो काम जानता है वो इंजीनियर है, बस प्रैक्टिकल इंजीनियर। मैं थ्योरी की बात नहीं कर रहा। अगर जो थ्योरी जानता है, वो बिजली वाला जो इलेक्ट्रिकल इंजीनियर है, आए कभी कहना भैया मेरा बिजली देखने ना, उसको नहीं पता होगा कैसे देखते। बिजली वाला ही देखेगा कि वो प्रैक्टिकल जानता है। और रहे बाबूगिरी, IAS और दूसरे, वो तो भाई क्या काम करते हैं आप खुद ही जानते हैं, कितनी मेहनत करते हैं। वो मेहनत वो इतनी करते हैं कि दुनिया में कोई नहीं करता। सारे दिन डेस्क पे बैठे रहेंगे, इसकी चमचागिरी, इसकी चमचागिरी, इधर की उधर, रेड फाइल, सारे काम वो करते हैं, लेकिन काम कुछ नहीं होता। मिनिस्टर सारा दिन काम करता है, लेकिन काम कुछ नहीं होता। वो 18-18 घंटे काम करते हैं, लेकिन रिजल्ट कुछ नहीं आता। वो हमारा देश है जिसको हमें चेंज करना है। चेंज करना पड़ेगा, नहीं तो आपको रोटी नहीं मिलेगी। वो लोग 10% भी नहीं है इस देश पे कब्जा करके बैठे हैं, लेकिन देश किनके हाथ में होना चाहिए? देश उनके हाथ में होना चाहिए जो मेहनत करके इस देश को आगे ले जा रहे हैं। उनको पीटा जा रहा है, उनको मारा जा रहा है, उनको चाहने भी नहीं दिया जा रहा है, उनको रोटी भी नहीं खाने दी जा रही है, उनको धूप में फेंक दिया जा रहा है। इसे क्या कहेंगे आप? यही वायरस है। ये वायरस तो ठीक होगा नहीं होगा अलग बात है, इस वायरस का आप क्या करेंगे? ह्यूमन वायरस, ये तो नॉन वायरस है, ये तो जानते हैं नॉन था, ये तो नॉन है। जो आप नॉन वायरस को नहीं ठीक कर पाए, मैं किसी को वोट की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ, याद रख लेना, मुझे किसी के वोट से कोई मतलब नहीं है। मैं किसी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी की रिस्पेक्ट नहीं करता हूँ। मैं रिस्पेक्ट इन लोगों की करता हूँ जो कई करोड़ हैं हमारे देश में, आधे से ज़्यादा हैं, मैं उनकी बात कर रहा हूँ। अगर वो ठीक नहीं तो ये देश ठीक नहीं। अगर वहाँ से गेहूँ नहीं आएगा, चावल नहीं आएगा, आप भूखे मर जाएंगे, बस ये समझ लेना। जब तक वो नहीं सही रहेंगे, आप सही नहीं रहेंगे। और हमारे देश में लालच इतना है, हद नहीं जिसकी। कई बार शर्म आती है मुझे, मैं देख रहा हूँ लोगों को यहाँ पे आजकल कोविड के पेपर बांटे जा रहे हैं, फोटो कॉपीज बांटी जा रही है, उस पर आप डिटेल लिख दीजिए, आपको फ्री राशन मिल जाएगा या कुछ पैसा मिल जाएगा। मेरे को भी कोई दे गया, मेरे घर से ही था कोई मेरा सिस्टर, ये भर दे भाई। मैं क्या है ये राशन के लिए है। मैं कहाँ लिखा है राशन? तो कोविड लिखा है। डांटा, वो गुस्सा आ गया मुझे। मैं समझ गया ये क्या कहना चाहते। शर्म नहीं आती, बिल्कुल शर्म नहीं आती। अरे जिन लोगों के लिए उनको भरने दो, वैसे तो भरने की जरूरत नहीं है। पता है भाई गरीब आदमी अपने आप ले जाएगा, लेकिन अब भाई मेरे लिए क्यों ले जाएगी? मैं इतना गरीब होगा, मुझे सरकार खाना देगी? मैं इतना गरीब तो नहीं हूं। लोगों की नीयत देखिए, जो धूप में मर रहे हैं, पानी भी पीने को नहीं है, करोड़ों लोग सड़कों पे हैं, उनकी किसी को कोई चिंता नहीं है। न मोदी को चिंता है, न मोदी के भक्तों को चिंता है, किसी को चिंता नहीं है। ये सब मोदी भक्त हैं जो कागज बांट रहे हैं कि आटा मिल जाएगा फ्री। आपको शर्म आनी चाहिए, आप तो कमीनेपन की हद पार कर रहे हैं, कमीनेपन की हद पार कर रहे हैं। कारों में जाते हैं और साथ में राशन का फॉर्म भर रहे हैं, शर्म नहीं आती जरा भी? उन लोगों की चिंता नहीं है आपको? कोई भी बीजेपी का एमएलए नहीं जा रहा वहां, कोई बीजेपी का एमपी नहीं जा रहा, कोई नहीं जा रहा। पूछते हैं उनकी बीमारी को कि क्या तकलीफ है आपको, और आप फ्री राशन की लाइन में लग रहे हैं, फॉर्म भर रहे हैं। लानत है आप लोगों को, कमीनेपन की हद है। ऐसा देश बनाना चाहते हैं आप, हरामखोरी का। गरीबों के लिए जो मिलना चाहिए वो आप ले लेंगे, पैसा भी भरे, आपको पैसा मिल जाएगा। और कमीनापन किसे कहते हैं आप? फिर वायरस आएगा कि नहीं आएगा बताइए आप? आपकी नियत इतनी लीचड़ है कि थोड़ी सी चीज के लिए झूठ बोलेंगे आप। गुस्सा आता है, मैं गुस्सा इतना आता है सर फोड़ में साथ बोला, इतना गुस्सा आता है। दूसरे का हक भी खाना चाहते हैं, वो तो मर रहा है, उसको पानी भी कोई नहीं दे रहा है, और आप उसका भी छीनना चाहते हैं। यही भारत है, यही आप पढ़े लिखे। अरे इंसान बनो, आपको भगवान ने खाने को दिया तो आप क्यों इतना गिरते हो? जिसके होना चाहिए उसको देने दो। कभी नहीं बनती हद होती है। मकान मालिक, मकान आपके पास है, कार आपके पास है, अच्छा खा रहे हैं आप, टेलीविजन देख रहे हैं, और फिर उस बेचारे का जिसके पास पानी भी पीने को नहीं है उसका छीनना चाहते हैं। यही आपकी मानवता है। फिर पूजा भी करते हैं आप हिंदू बन के, ऐसी की तैसी ऐसी पूजा की तो इतना गिरा दे आपको। क्या फायदा ऐसी पूजा करने का? भगवान क्या पागल है? वो समझता नहीं आप क्या कर रहे हैं, किसको दिखा रहे हैं आप पूजा करके? सुबह भी पूजा, शाम भी पूजा। किस लिए पूजा? ये इस काम के लिए कि आप दूसरे का अधिकार छीन लें, उसका खाना आप खा जाएं। पूजा का यह मतलब है। तो मुझे ऐसी पूजा नहीं चाहिए। शर्म आती है अपने आप के ऊपर कि किस तरह के समाज में मैं रह रहा हूँ। बहुत गुस्सा आया मुझे, देखते गुस्सा आ गया। कोविड लिखा है, दिखता नहीं तुमको क्या लिखा है इस पर? अरे उनके लिए ये बात कर रहे हैं जो सड़क पे मर रहे हैं, तुम्हारे लिए नहीं बात है, तुम अपने आप ही बांट रहे हो, क्योंकि उनको सिर्फ वोट चाहिए। जो ये बंटवा रहे हैं, चाहे वो काउंसलर हो या एमएलए हो, उनको अपने वोटों से मतलब नहीं है। उनको वोट मिलने चाहिए बस। उनको क्या, कोई मरता है तो मर जाए, क्या फर्क पड़ता है? मोदी ने तो कह दिया टेलीविजन वालों को, आप सिर्फ 20 लाख करोड़ की न्यूज़ दीजिए, बाकी कोई मत न्यूज़ दीजिए। कहा दिया उसने। आप सड़क पे कौन हो रहा है, क्या हो रहा है, कोई न्यूज़ नहीं दीजिए। अरे वो तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट में कह देते सड़क पे कोई नहीं है, झूठ बोल देते हैं वहाँ। तो आप क्या हैं? सुप्रीम कोर्ट भी मान लेता है उनकी बात, कोई हो भी मिला हुआ है उसे। क्या आज की तारीख को सुप्रीम कोर्ट और मोदी में कोई फर्क नहीं है? दोनों एक ही चीज़ है। देश इस हद पे पहुँच गया है तो वायरस तो अभी और भी आएंगे, आने चाहिए। मैं तो यही कहूँगा कि और वायरस भेजो, इनकी हड्डियाँ तोड़ दो सबकी, जो इतने बदमाशी पे आ गए हैं, इनके गर्दनें काट दो सबकी। इसी लायक है लोग। जानवर भी इतने खराब नहीं होते जितने हम हो चुके हैं। 2020 ने आंखें खोल के रख दी हैं दुनिया की। अरे हम अमेरिका तो कह रहे हैं कि अमेरिका का बुरा हाल है। अरे हम तो अमेरिका से भी गए गुजरे हैं, उसने कम से कम टेस्ट तो कर रहा है। अरे जर्मन भी टेस्ट कर रहा है, चाइना भी टेस्ट कर रहा है, सऊदीया भी टेस्ट कर रहा है, यूएई भी टेस्ट कर रहा है। हमारे यहाँ टेस्ट नहीं हो रहे, और फिर हम कह रहे हैं हम बहुत अच्छे हैं, हमने बहुत बढ़िया किया है, हमने कंट्रोल कर लिया है, हम दुनिया के गुरु हैं, सारी दुनिया हमको फॉलो कर रही है। कौन फॉलो कर रहा है आपको? कौन कर रहा है आपको फॉलो? आप किसी को फॉलो नहीं कर रहे ना, कोई आपको फॉलो कर रहा है। आप अपने आप भी कुछ हो रहे हैं। बस 20 लाख करोड़ का एक आपने ड्रामा कर दिया, एक कविता लिख दी, उस कविता को रोज गाए जा रहे हैं मिनिस्टर। 20 लाख करोड़, 20 लाख करोड़, ले ले मेरे यार 20 लाख करोड़। गाने चल रहे हैं और खुश हो रहे हैं हम। आपको 1 लाख करोड़ मिल जाएगा, आपको 2 लाख करोड़ मिल जाएंगे। खामा खा कर ड्रामा बिना मतलब कर रहा हूँ। जिनको मिलना चाहिए उनकी बात नहीं। अगर ये लोग मर जाते हैं कौन जिम्मेदार होगा? कोई बताएगा? जो मरे अभी तक 119 जो रिकॉर्ड में आ चुके हैं, और पता नहीं कितने मरे हैं, कौन जानता है? उसका आंसर कौन देगा? मोदी तो नहीं दे रहा, उसको कोई चिंता नहीं है। आज की तारीख में सच तो यही है, मोदी को कोई मतलब नहीं है इनसे। ट्विटर पे कुछ भी नहीं लिख दो, बस हो गया। आप ट्विटर प्राइम मिनिस्टर है क्या? आपको ट्विटर ने वोट दिया है क्या? ट्विटर से वोट ले लेना, फिर हमारे पास बताना। अगर आपको ट्विटर से सारी बात कर रही हैं, अरे आपसे अच्छे तो वो अपोजिशन वाले हैं, सड़क पे तो जा रहे हैं, चाहे वो किसी भी पार्टी के, मुझे मतलब नहीं है, धूप में तो जा रहे हैं, झूठ ही सही कुछ तो कर रहे हैं। आपने क्या किया? आपने तो जाते हो को मारते रोक दिया। वो इस देश के नागरिक नहीं है क्या? आपको बिल्कुल भी इंसानियत नहीं है आपके अंदर, मर चुके इंसानियत। झूठ बोलते हैं आप हर जगह। देश के करोड़ों लोग परेशान हैं, मोदी को कोई परेशानी नहीं है, कोई परेशानी नहीं। उनको खाना नहीं मिल रहा, उनको पानी नहीं मिल रहा, वो मरेंगे जिएंगे, मोदी को इससे क्या? मोदी तो कहेगा इनकी न्यूज़ ही मत दो, बस बात खत्म हो गया। ना न्यूज़ आएगी ना कोई सुनेगा। याद रख लेना मिस्टर मोदी, ऐसे दुनिया नहीं चलती है। इंसान बनिए पहले आप, उस नशे से उतर जाइए कि आप भगवान बन चुके हैं। भगवान भी नीचे आया था, उसको भी नीचे आके मेहनत करनी पड़ी थी, वो भी ऐसे ही भगवान नहीं कहलाता आज की तारीख में। राम भी नीचे आए थे, कृष्ण भी नीचे आया था, हरिश्चंद्र भी नीचे आया था, और भी बहुत से नीचे आए थे। हवा में बातें नहीं होती उनसे भी, हनुमान भी नीचे रहता था, सब नीचे आए थे। मोहम्मद साहब भी नीचे आए थे, वामन भी नीचे आया, सब आना पड़ता है नीचे। हवा में बातें करने से बात नहीं बनती, इसलिए अपने आप को सुधार लो, अभी भी समय है, नहीं तो जनता है ऐसे सीट से भगा देती है। लगाते रहना अपना ईवीएम का फार्मूला। अब ईवीएम भी तो टॉक्सिक है, ईवीएम से भी तो हो सकता है वायरस, क्योंकि वो भी तो मशीन है। कितने लोग उसमें हाथ लगाएंगे, तो हम तो नहीं लगाएंगे, पता नहीं कहाँ से वायरस आ जाएगा। क्या ईवीएम से वायरस नहीं आएगा? क्या गारंटी नहीं आएगा? दिन में कितने 1100 आदमी उस पर आके हाथ लगाएंगे, बटन दबाएंगे, कोई खांस भी सकता है, किसी की छींक भी आ सकती है, कि आपको खांस वायरस नहीं लगेगा। सोचने की बात है। इसलिए हमें ईवीएम भी नहीं चाहिए आज की तारीख में, हमें बैलेट चाहिए कि अपना कागज हम उस पर डाल दें। ये भी प्रश्न उठेगा, आप उठना भी चाहिए। हम पागलों का देश नहीं बनाना चाहते, हमारे दिमाग से काम करेंगे। आप लोग बोलेंगे पता नहीं क्यों इतना भौंक रहा है, क्यों गुस्सा कर रहा है। गुस्सा करना जरूरी है दोस्तों। जब खून जलता है, जब दिमाग कहता है नो यू आर रॉन्ग, स्पीक अप। मेरा दिमाग मेरे कंट्रोल में तो नहीं है, चलाने वाला तो ऊपर वाला है। ये कहना कि मैं अपने कंट्रोल में कर लूँ, नहीं हो सकता। कंट्रोल उसके हाथ में, तो वही बुलवाता है और बोलना पड़ता है। और मुझे गुस्सा भी बहुत आ जाता है, मैं जानता हूँ, मैं रोक नहीं सकता उसको। मेरी लाइन ऐसी रही, मेरी आदत है ऐसी। मैं ऐसी जिंदगी में नहीं रहा जहाँ झूठ बोलें और मजे लें। मैं ऐसे माहौल में नहीं रह के आया। मैं तो धूप में रहा हूँ, घंटों रहा हूँ धूप में, कई घंटे खड़ा रहा हूँ धूप में, 40, 42, 45। काला हो या चेहरा कोई बात नहीं है, काम काम है। मैं काम नहीं करूँगा तो मेरे साथ भी आप नहीं करने लगे, हम नहीं करेंगे। धूप हो जाए, जाके बैठ जाए इसी रूम में, और वो काम करते हैं वो भी बैठ जाएंगे इसी रूम में, वो शेड में जाके बैठ जाएंगे। आपको अगर आगे बढ़ना है तो पहले खुद पसीना बहाना पड़ेगा, तब आप आगे बढ़ सकते हैं। एक लिमिट तक तो आपको बहाना पड़ेगा, उसके बाद बेशक ना भाएं, क्योंकि उसके बाद फिर लोगों को आदत पड़ जाती है। फिर वो इतना जानते हैं यार छोड़ो, सब तरह काम तो करना ही पड़ेगा। ठीक है, 10 घंटे की ड्यूटी है, 8 घंटे तो करेंगे, 6 घंटे तो करेंगे। तो मैं एक, आप कह सकते हैं मुझे कि मैं एक मजदूर आदमी हूँ। हालांकि मैं उनको मजदूर नहीं कहता, मैं उनको इंडस्ट्रियल वर्कर, मजदूर नाम की कोई चीज़ नहीं है। वो आपका काम करते हैं, इसलिए वो मजदूर नहीं है। तो आपका काम वो नहीं करेंगे तो आप भी काम नहीं कर पाएंगे, इसलिए वो वर्कर है। जैसे आप वर्कर हैं, आप मैनेज के वर्कर हैं, मैनेजमेंट के वर्कर हैं, वो इंडस्ट्री के वर्कर हैं, चाहे वो मकान बनाएं, वो सड़क बनाएं, वो फैक्ट्री में कोई स्पेयर पार्ट बनाएं या कोई मशीन बनाएं, कुछ भी बनाएं, वो इंडस्ट्री के वर्कर हैं, औद्योगिक कर्मचारी हैं, उसको हमें उसी मान सम्मान से देखना होगा। हमें ये नहीं देखना है कि उनको इंग्लिश आती है कि नहीं आती है, उनको लिखना आता है कि नहीं आता है, उनको हिसाब किताब आता है कि नहीं आता है, क्योंकि जो उनको आता है वो आपको नहीं आता, जो आपको आता है उनको नहीं आता, तो टैली बराबर हो जाती है। तो आपके पास डिग्री हो सकती है लेकिन उनके पास काम करने की क्षमता है जो आपके पास नहीं है, बात खत्म। वो जो काम कर सकते हैं वो आप नहीं कर सकते, जो आप करते वो नहीं करते, तो फर्क कहाँ है? फिर आप क्यों ऊंचा कहते हैं अपने आप को? अगर आप वो काम कर सकते हैं जो वो कर रहे हैं और ये भी कर सकते तो आप कह सकते हैं भी ठीक है, आप दोनों काम करने की शक्ति रखते हैं। और ये नेता लोग तो कुछ भी नहीं करते, इनकी तो बात ही खत्म, ये तो कुछ भी नहीं करते। हमें पहचानना होगा आज कि हम कौन, और इसीलिए आगे आने वाले समय को भी सही तरह से समझना होगा कि हम किसके हाथ में अपने आप को देना चाहते हैं। हम देश को अपने हाथ में रख के चलाना चाहते हैं या हम उन लोगों को देना चाहते हैं जो कुछ नहीं करते हमारे लिए, ये हमें देखना होगा। हमें इस वर्ग को जो सबसे ज़्यादा काम करता है, जिसको आप मजदूर कहते हैं, मैं कर्मचारी कहता हूँ, औद्योगिक कहता हूँ, उद्योग चलाने वाले हैं, खेती चलाने वाले हैं, इनको ऊपर उठाना होगा या अपने आप को ऊपर उठाना, ये अभी फैसला करना बाकी है। दुनिया में जिस देश ने इन लोगों की वैल्यू दी है, जिन्होंने तकनीकी काम करने वालों की वैल्यू दी है, वो देश आगे बढ़ा है। चाहे जर्मन कह सकते हैं आप, अमेरिका को भी ले सकते हैं आप उसमें, इंग्लैंड को भी ले सकते हैं आप उसमें, उन्होंने हर एक की वैल्यू दी। विज्ञान उपजा तो इंग्लैंड में उपजा, फार्मूले उपजे तो इंग्लैंड में उपजे, अमेरिका से तकनीकी ज्ञान उपजा, जर्मन से लेंस से दूसरी मशीनें उपजी, जो आज सब एक्यूमुलेट कर ले तो आज हम कहते हैं ये सब चल रहा है, ये सब यूज़ हो रही हैं, आप भी यूज़ हो रही हैं। कारें कहाँ से आती हैं आप जानते हैं, लेंस कहाँ से आते हैं आप जानते हैं, और विज्ञान कहाँ से आता है आप जानते हैं। हमारे पास से क्या आता है? थोड़ा बहुत किसी ने कर भी लिया तो उछलने लगते हैं, एकदम उछलने लगते हैं। अरे ये भूल जाते हैं बैक किसकी है, इसकी भूल जाते हैं, वहाँ बैकग्राउंड में क्या है वो भूल जाते हैं। फिर तड़ी मारते हैं हमारे पास मैथमेटिक्स था आज नहीं है, हमारे पास ये था आज है। प्रश्न उठता है आज आप क्या है? आप 1000 साल पहले क्या थे, उससे क्या मतलब है, क्या होता है उससे? अगर आप ऐसी बात करते, पूरी दुनिया को भारत कहते थे एक समय में, पूरा विश्व भारत था। यदा यदा ही धर्मस्या ग्लानिर्भवति भारत है, वहाँ भारत क्यों पागल है जो कहा उसने इसलिए कहा कि भारत पूरी पृथ्वी को कहा जाता है। आज ये वो भारत नहीं है, ये छोटा सा भारत है। तो अगर आप ऐसी ही बात करते तो आप में ताकत है तो ले लीजिए पूरा भारत अपना, बोल दिए सबको हट जाइए, हम चक्रवर्ती राजा हैं इस देश के, हम पूरे विश्व के राजा हैं, कह सकते हैं? नहीं कह सकते। तो इन बातों को छोड़िए कि आज से पहले क्या था, जो आज है उस पर बात कीजिए, क्योंकि बाकी पे आपका कंट्रोल ही नहीं है। जब कंट्रोल होगा तब सोचना। आज आपका कंट्रोल भारत पे, जो आज की तारीख में भारत है, इसको तो संभाल लीजिए। बड़ी बड़ी बातें करेंगे, बिना मतलब की बातें करेंगे, आप पहले खुद को संभाल लीजिए फिर बातें करें। कंपेयर तब किया जाता है, पहले आपको कुछ हो, आपको मैथ्स नहीं आता, आपको विज्ञान नहीं आती, आपको कैलकुलेशन नहीं आती, बस किसी की भी लीडर के पीछे पागलों की तरह लग जाएंगे, यही मेरा भगवान है। कौन भगवान है यहाँ किसी का? कोई भगवान नहीं था, आप अपने भगवान खुद हैं। कीजिए मेहनत। कभी नहीं कहा भगवान ने जमीन पे आए कि मेहनत मत करो। जब भगवान राम से लक्ष्मण ने पूछा भविष्य क्या होता है तो उसने बता दिया था उसको भविष्य क्या होता है। आज का काम आपका कल का भविष्य बनाएगा। राम का स्टेटमेंट है, मेरा नहीं। आप जो करेंगे तो भविष्य वैसा बनेगा। जब लक्ष्मण ने पूछा कि अब लोग कहते हैं आपके अंदर भगवान है, आप भगवान है? हाँ है लक्ष्मण, तुम्हारे अंदर भी है, अपने को पहचानो। अगर भगवान ऐसा आंसर देता है तो आपकी समझ नहीं आता। आप बाकी बातें तो पकड़ लेते, जो असली बात है वो आप नहीं पकड़ते। कृष्ण ने क्या समझाया अर्जुन को? वही बातें समझाई जो आप नहीं समझना चाहते। आप बातें करते हैं कृष्ण की, बातें करते हैं सबकी, लेकिन जो उसने कहा वो समझ नहीं आता आपको। उसने कहा कर्म कीजिए, यही धर्म है और धर्म कुछ नहीं है, कर्म ही धर्म है। ये बात भी आपको समझ नहीं आती। आप लगे हैं हिंदू में, मुस्लिम में, सिख में, ईसाई में, उनमें तो आप लगे हैं, आप कर्म में नहीं लगे। आप कर्म जानते ही नहीं क्या होता है। तो वायरस नहीं आएगा तो कौन आएगा? वायरस तो अपना काम करेगा ना, आप मत कीजिए। वायरस तो अपना काम करेगा और कर रहा। और मैं कहता हूं सजाया है वो, दुनिया को चेंज करना है वही कर सकता है। आपने तो खराब करके रख दी दुनिया को, वो चेंज करें है। अब मैं बस हो गया, अब मैं ज़्यादा लंबा नहीं खींचता इस बात को, क्योंकि वो लोगों को बुरा भी लग जाता है कुछ कुछ। मैं तो समझाने की कोशिश कर रहा था कि अपने आप को संभाल लो, दुनिया किसी के बाप की नहीं आगे लेगी। दुनिया पे सबका हक, जो इस विश्व पे आ गया, इस ज़मीन पे आ गया, किसी भी कंट्री में आया हो, उसका हक इस पृथ्वी पे है, सबका। वो चाहे मानव हो, वो जानवर हो या वो पक्षी हो, कोई भी हो, सबका हक है इस पे। और आप उनका हक छीन लेते हैं, आपको जीने भी नहीं देते, तो आप पापी हुए कि नहीं हुए? भगवान ने उनको भी बनाया, आपको भी बनाया, लेकिन आपको उन्होंने जीने भी नहीं दिया। यही बात आपके साथ हो तो अगर वो आपको मार के खा जाए तो आप कहते हैं खराब है, दरिंदा है, और आप जितने मर्जी मार लीजिए। इसीलिए तो वायरस आया है ना, इसीलिए वायरस आया है, और किसी लिए नहीं आया। आपको सब कुछ चाहिए, पृथ्वी की रक्षा नहीं करनी है आपको। पृथ्वी बनाने वाला कौन है? भगवान है। आपको तो सिर्फ उसको मेंटेन करके रखना है, इससे ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं करना है। आपने ना तो उसको लंबा करना है और उसको डायमीटर बढ़ा के देना है, ना उसकी आपने थिकनेस बढ़ानी है, ना उसके समुद्र का आपने नक्शा चेंज करना है, कुछ नहीं करना आपने, ना उसकी हवा की हाइट बढ़ानी है, आपने कुछ भी नहीं करना। लेकिन आपको सिर्फ मेंटेन करने कहा गया था, जाइए आप उसको मेंटेन भी कीजिए और इस पर आराम से रहिए, खाइए पिए सोइए, काम कीजिए। इतना भी आपकी समझ नहीं आएगा तो आप कैसे मानव है भाई? आप उस टीचर को जो 24 घंटे आपके सामने है, आपके उसके ऊपर आप रहते हो, ये पृथ्वी भी टीचर है, वो सूरज भी टीचर है, ये आसमान भी टीचर है, ये हवा भी टीचर है, सबको ही तो हमारे अध्यापक हैं। हम उनसे शिक्षा नहीं ले सकते क्योंकि वो बोल के नहीं बता रहे, वो डिमॉन्स्ट्रेट कर रहे हैं, हमको फिर भी समझ नहीं आता। तो क्या करेंगे इसके अलावा? है आपकी मर्जी, यू आर रिस्पॉन्सिबल फॉर योर लाइफ, आई एम नॉट रिस्पॉन्सिबल, जस्ट ट्राइंग टू एडवाइस यू, चेंज योर सेल्फ, नॉट चेंज दिस लाइफ shall remain there, but in this form or that form, you have to decide yourself which was better for you. It's better than this one. If you want to stay with virus, stay with virus. If you want to change your life so the virus doesn't impact on you, you can do that. It's up to you. If you can maintain yourself, you can remain healthy. You can say you want good health, or your only interest in money. That's up to you. Health is wealth. It's okay. Money is also wealth. This is okay. But how you live, this is most important. You have lived for long, and just in 3 months you are defeated. I am very weak, I am not healthy. If Americans say like that, you also say that. Better change your style of living. When there was no conditioner, no air conditioner, people used to live that time as well. When there was no houses, people used that time also. And when there was no facility used that time also, people lived. So there's no difference in living. Your body shall remain same. Only you have to maintain that. Therefore you have to sacrifice something, and that sacrifice is reduce your comfort level, face nature, and fight with virus. If virus knows that you are now able to fight with that virus shall immediately leave this earth. Its work is over that time. You have to understand this point. No injection shall help it. Nothing shall help it. I got this news about high. I was talking about high pitch. High pitch. You will speak very loud before us. These particles can go to distance. More chances of infection. And about this mobile also, there is some news that you have to reduce its use also. And of course 5G, there is also a misconception of 5G use, and people are angry with 5G because they think conception that virus is generated and being spread because of this 5G. And this is also a misconception, and I don't know, but people are not accepting that. So you have to restrict to be in use of mobile devices, which means grossly speaking, grossly calculating, excessive use of these gadgets, excessive use of your comfort, takes you to virus, introduces you to virus, And as much as you reduce these, curtail use of them, you shall be distant from virus. So virus shall remain safe distance from you, safe social distance from you. If you want that, change your style. Don't be hungry for everything. Gradually you will win over this. God never does something wrong. When God has sent this virus to you, there is something behind that, some design behind that, and that is this design. So with this, I close this, you can say, unpleasing talk, because I always talk unpleasing, and this is unpleasing talk to you, to annoy you, to awaken you, both. I don't know sometimes why I talk. Sometimes I don't understand. I did not plan this. I talk this week. I just thought I will speak to you of the news. Until this is 1 hour, more than 1 hour is gone, and I have been going on speaking and speaking and speaking, wasting my time, your time. Well, I don't feel it waste, because something I am sharing with you. And this, when I share something, it's based on facts, not imaginations. And then we say we move forward to our daily management, quality, system, fix, whatever it is, and that's very important, because you may not have opportunity. You won't find books, all this I'm sharing with you. It's experience based, it's not text based, and this is what you would not get until you stay in field for a couple of years, which you are getting in advance. That's something different. And I am just sharing because I suffered in my field. I didn't have all this information I'm sharing with you there, and I had to struggle, to work because of lack of information. And I want, if you are in field, you should get benefit of this. Field is reality. It's not fiction. Field is machine. Field is production. Field is lead. And field is life. And if you are successful in field, you contribute to society. If you are not successful in field, you cannot contribute to society. So we talk on management, as I said. Nowadays, all systems are changing in communication, and also communication day, delegation day is coming, and I think it's on 24th of which day, I don't know. I got a message from local center of institutional engineers that will celebrate this time on online. It's up to them. Already there are so many things going online, distance mode and online education and online conferences and online press, all that's going on. So gradually saying that system is going to change itself. Line has been invited, line has been adopted rather than face to face, or venue based, means venues are over. Ultimately this virus functions, means venues have got no meaning, and you have to adjust with that. So this also, when you are talking, means it's nothing special. Maybe there's no participant this time, 1 or 2, doesn't matter to me. It's video, anytime somebody can see. My purpose of using this medium is that if I make videos separately on my own YouTube, or sorry, not YouTube, my own video system, uploading is a big issue. I tried it many times. Uploading speed is very low, so it takes hours and hours to have. One day I took 7 hours to upload some videos, so I stopped that time. But that's complete nonsense, because you have to take many, few hours in recording, then you have to wait for many hours, and there's no guarantee of light suppliers. So it's better. I don't have any copy of this because it's online. I cannot serve anybody with copy. If you want, you have to download from system, you have to download from server of Facebook or YouTube. So, but only benefit is that if it's live, it's simultaneously being recorded. That's most important point. And moreover, I'm not going to lose anything. Means it's only objective is to share knowledge with others. Yes, sometimes during talk, maybe I I speak something wrong, for which I apologize. Maybe something happens, after all, I'm a human being and I'm emotionalized, and it happens, so no problem for that. After all, we are all friends, and I have the right to talk to you, and you have right to raise questions. And there may be differences of opinion, it doesn't matter, but sharing of information is objective of this talk. And I have been in touch with you people, I think, since February or March last year, 2019, and by now I think more than 450 video or something, around 480 videos have been posted on live, and this is varying from 8 minutes to, let us say, 240 minutes. Because in beginning I thought, I didn't know about this. People used to say, I'm Facebook live, I'm live. I didn't understand what that means. I started gradually giving something at least I give to people. So I started giving translation, which without any reference book, I just say some 8 minutes, 10 minutes, and 15 minutes, and more than that, like that. And then I started sharing some politics also with this means. In those days, elections were on peak in May, April, March 2019. I wanted to share my knowledge with you people. It's a very important thought. But it didn't work well at all. I know, because I'm not celebrating, people don't know me. But yet I try to help them, just to let them know what's constitution of India. That's my priority. Means constitution of India, I value very much. Maybe of course 90% of people are not interested in that. You may be interested or you may not be interested. Problem is not that. But point is that it is applicable to you. I also tracked with some case in my life when I was young. I didn't know what law was actually, to be very frank. I don't even know what criminal law and civil law was, and how, though I'm an engineer, I should know that. I didn't know that. I suffered, and I sometimes didn't even know why action was being taken against me, what was my fault, what was my crime. But it happens. As you grow up, you understand. Unfortunately, in our education system, we are not taught this way. What's law, what's criminality, and what's civil, and what's all that. It should be known. And when I talk to someone, everybody says it's not in our syllabus. How can we know? I understand that. It's also not in my syllabus. But question is, so many things are not in syllabus. For example, how to walk is there in syllabus. Like how to walk, how to eat, is that in the syllabus? How to respect your people, is in your syllabus. So many things of life are not in syllabus. It doesn't mean you should know that. Nature is your teacher. It teaches you everything. And once you are qualified enough, you are educated enough to understand all this, you can yourself read this. Self-teaching is the best mode, you know that. In our system, we don't respect self-teaching. We respect only university teaching or school teaching or college teaching or regional, whatever you say, that teaching we believe in. For that we spend a lot of money to get admission. But we forget that self-teaching is very important. On top of education, if you see, top education is self-teaching. Once you are literate, you can read any subject where teacher is not involved. If you are highly educated, I myself passed many subjects by self-teaching. For example, social sciences, applied thermodynamics, and applied geology, and you can say railway engineering, and you can say public health engineering, and you can say many others, which people did not like, but I liked that. I studied many subjects myself. In my diploma education, when I was in accident, I was in bed. And also in my graduation education, when I didn't have any formal classes of that, but I opted for the subjects and I learned myself. And now I realize what's the value of that. When you learn yourself, you become your own teacher. You are expert, believe me. Because you have to question yourself and you have to answer yourself. Self-teaching. Same thing I tell you all, don't worry if you cannot understand communication. Don't worry. Just communicate. You think these English people in England, they know very good English? You think so? No. If you go to America, you think they are very good English? No. It's only our conception. Just like we use our language, they use their language, that's all. Do we use very good Hindi or Tamil? No. If they think if they learn, they will learn better than us. So I didn't learn Hindi, but I use Hindi because it's not grammatical Hindi or it's Vyakaran Hindi or it is whatever you call it, translated Hindi. It is just language as we use in our house, our family, our society. But English is not our language, I agree, but it's our language also. It's both. It is not our language formally because we don't belong to English, but we use English for many years. We have been using it for decades. So that way it's a part and parcel of our life. So even if you are not using grammatical or you are using translator parts of the speech is correct done, same thing as English people use their English, you are using your English. Don't hesitate, learn it. And I have also posted this translation from Hindi to English. There are about 13 or 14 small videos on Facebook. And if you want, I posted many times, but I think people are not interested. Unfortunately, public is not interested in certifying anything. Even it's freely given to them, they don't avail it. So don't expect they'll buy something. I remember my days when I was in school, in my 11th standard or 10th standard, because that time there was no 12th. I passed in 1971 from Jain Higher Secondary School, Delhi, Daryaganj. I am a product of that school and we had a very good teacher of English. I still remember this guy, sir. He was so strict. He used to teach English. He was my class teacher also. And he was very strict in conducting discipline. He never allowed to enter class if your shirt is not tagged in pant. And he never allowed you in class if you don't have a dictionary with you. If you don't dictionary, go out, get out, bring dictionary. And he was very angry if on the rainy day, you did not come. Why did you not come? Sir, it was rain. Oh, rain. Bhain ji aa gayi hai. He used to say like that. Because he tried to tease and insult young boys, adults like this. Oh, Bhain ji, sister ji bheeg jati. Oh, what do you think as young? People will laugh in class. Your classmates will laugh. Then he was this way really humorous also, because what his teaching was very strict. He never told us, so what's meaning of this word? You tell me what is meaning of this. Open dictionary and tell me. Because you have dictionary. You can open, see what for your dictionary. Open it and tell me what is meaning of this. I'll explain to you. Means he created in you a culture that you open dictionary and don't expect somebody else to explain to you. Because when you open dictionary, there are always 3 or 4 meanings for every word. Just like say doctor, we say, what is meaning of doctor? If somebody asks you, say only medical. No. That is one. But there are many more. You have to learn everything. That was his intention. Means don't stop at one word what your teacher says. You go beyond your teacher what said. You be your own teacher. After your teacher has told this meaning, remaining of meaning of that word, you learn yourself, and that's called self-teaching. Don't depend on what your teacher told in this chapter. You can read your next chapter yourself. Don't hold yourself where teacher stopped. You move yourself. That is required. You know what is professional development? Have you ever heard this word? Professional development. I'm talking what we talk is also professional development. We call in our profession continuous professional development, CPD. This means you continue to develop your profession even after graduating. Don't stop. You don't have teacher, you don't have professor or your tutor or your lecturer who are used to teach. You stop there. You continue learning everything, if not theoretical, practical. At least. Because your knowledge of theory which you learned in your university should be used, should be understood properly. And if you don't apply that, you don't use in field, you cannot realize what you learned there. This is a demonstration, this is a corroboration, this is a confirmation that this is a fact what you learned there. It's not a fiction. If I learned so many theories in my college or in my syllabus, I should understand that this is fact, not a story. That is called professional working, professional feeding, professional development. So it is because of professional education, it's called professional development. If it's normal education, literary, then you call literature development. Never stop. Because my breathing never stops, my eyes never stop working, my mind never stops working, my blood circulation never stops working. So why should I stop working? We cannot link every learning to money. You say, oh, I'm not getting anything, why should I work? Means you will work only if you get money. This is your weakness. Working or knowledge earning does not relate to money. It relates to your brain development. Because today you learn something, it doesn't mean this gives you result today. Because your result of education has come after 12 years school plus 5 years education, only then you are able to do something. It took 17 or 16 years for your life, of your life, to do something. So why if you are learning something today, you expect money today? Learning is learning. It is permanent wealth. Nobody can pull it from you. It will be used in another job or somewhere else. But this don't relate to money. Money is money. That is the measurement of your work. But it doesn't mean measurement of your work. Sometimes your knowledge is not appreciated at one place, though you have, but it shall certainly be used somewhere else. No knowledge ever goes unnoticed or waste. That is also a natural principle. Might be you did something 5 years back and you didn't use it, but time is certainly going to come when you use it. This is law of nature. Whatever has come to your mind, you did it. It is for something. Don't think this is waste. This refines your art. This refines your profession. This refines your personality. That's what it does. If you understand this point, then you can change your mindset. Education does not mean money earning or something. It's just like a car you're driving, you can take it to whatever destination you want. This is in your hands. The steering is in your hands. You have to drive your car. Your life is a car. Your profession is a car. Your job is a car. Your education is a car. You drive them. You are driving mentally, you don't understand. Sometimes you are sitting in your room, but you are planning how to teach this him, how to answer this, how you plan or not. That is also driving. You are driving whole department, you are driving whole ministry, you are driving them in your mind and they have to act that way. You are a chairman of a company, managing that company and driving all stuff with you without telling them. You are issuing their instructions or you are writing something that you have to follow and they follow. What is that? Is it part of management or no? Tell me. It's a part of management, certainly a part of management. Doesn't mean what you learn in MBA management. You learn yourself, you become your own manager. I consider every experienced artisan or tradesperson a manager. Because sometimes they do which I don't know. They do it. My books never told me they did it. They can't express. They cannot write. They cannot speak to me in a way they should, but they can demonstrate. And when text does not work, script does not work, diagram does not work, then a demonstration works. So that point, that person in confinement of that is educated. That point for him is educational point, and for me is learning, because I, without telling, that person learned. And then I write that somewhere, use that one. That copyright which I have stolen from him, because he can't understand, I use his knowledge somewhere else, making a script of that, converting it some professional writing, and say this work is done this way, this is my method statement. I then take write myself. I don't write in there, I learned from that person, I never write that. Because I am not able to write, I can't project that person on that paper, because that is a professional paper. I can't say this person did it. Yes, in references I may say somewhere, I got knowledge from, just like we write in the books, this references or this quote and that quote. That way you can do somewhere, but that got no meaning on that. We have to be that much clever in management. All this is management. Communication is part one of management, supporting part it is, not original part. Original part are same cost, quality, time. Management you have to fix anywhere, because it is your organization. How you organize something is management. You cannot say, I learned from that book, or you say, I have to write this reference from that book. No, that is not necessary. To an extent you can justify, you can clarify, you can write in the competent and consistent way. That's required. That is management. We sometimes do not understand these terms, but just hang ourselves to somebody who taught us. And we forget that the whole teach us. They never did that in their life, but they teach us. We forget that. They never did practice that, but they teach us you should do that. And you can't challenge them, because they are professors. They are heads of their organized institutions. You are a student, you cannot claim, you cannot challenge them, but fact still remains that they have no exposure of that. Practically, I don't differ on that point of view. I don't have any problem on that point of view, because something they teach you. They are your teachers, professors, gurus, and they give you something which you have now. You did not have equipment that before. You did not have equipment with you, but now you have that equipment of knowledge. So it is something you are getting. So no question of criticism, but analysis is also important. This is what we are analyzing, is that everything is not what we understand is. Something is practically learned. I think 90% of knowledge in your profession, 90% of knowledge you get from field, and 10% knowledge what you have in your education is only helpful, not more than that. We have to be very clear about that. I am not denying that that knowledge is not, that knowledge is foundation of your profession. Without that knowledge you cannot move, but that knowledge is not 100% yours. It is used only when you are in that field. As suppose we understand 35 subjects in engineering, around more than that, maybe 50, I don't exactly know, I don't know. All you don't use. You learn them, but you use only limited in your field. For example, if you are a structural engineer, building engineer, you learn those subjects only, designs and construction and this and theory of structure and drawings and all that. Other 30, 50, 30, 40 subjects go waste. But you are learning applications in field, all applications of what you learn, that is much more valuable than your obsolete learned theory. You are learning practical angles, aspects, and also using your knowledge, what you learned, and then you are combining both there in field, which gives you result-oriented knowledge. That is what is management. Management changes its structure from one stage to another stage. It's never constant. You cannot define its shape, in fact. You cannot claim today this is shape of management and tomorrow it shall be that. It's automatic. It's, you can say, reciprocates, or it mutates, you can say correct versus mutation, as is being used in virus theory. It takes so many mutations. They say it takes 14 mutations, or 35, 34 mutations. So you can say your experience takes so many mutations. And when there are so many mutations, you have so many analysis. And when you have so many analysis, you have so many expertise knowledge, and which one is best, you have to compare and find best one, seek best one, apply best one, and then find another best one. That's what is required. Management means, or dependence of management means cost, quality, time. Again I am saying cost, quality, time. Many times we discuss this. We cannot run away from this, whatever happens. Cost is fixed. Again I say, cost is fixed. Quality is fixed. Time is variable. If you vary time also too much, then cost is variable. And if you vary cost again, then quality varies. So these 3 points are in itself variable and itself fixed, both. So indefinite this is, infinity it is, just like we say in redundancy factors, in say theory of structure, we say, oh, this system is having indetermination. Means so you say something where you calculate force in each member analytically, that is called determination, or you can analyze every member, but there is a stage when you cannot do that. That is indeterminate. Whereby calculations you cannot find out answer, you have to assume so many, and you can have many answers from that. That is called factor of redundancy. More than required members are there. That is called redundant member. Redundant frame means one member is not required here but is there, and that's why it cannot be solved rationally. We have to use different indeterminate calculations, indetermination there. And there are so many answers. We change one answer. It means if we change one value, all other values are changed. Again, if we change that value, all the values are changed. And that's what we call theory of structure, analytic analysis of forces, and framing and buildings, all that. And this is method, we can say, indetermination, redundant design. That applies in management actually. Management is never perfect, never ever perfect. Technology is perfect. Management and technology is perfect. Both are different. Management is just a movement. Technology is in command. Technologies cannot be changed without logic, without practical results, without having controlled inputs in that, and without thoroughly understanding what we are going to do. That's called technology. And management, you can control. If you can control, you say you are manager. If you cannot control, means manager is not controlling, this is not successful manager, let's bring someone else to that. This means there is option in management. Their option exists, but in technology option does not exist. So technology does not listen to you. Technology never listens to you in fact. It gives you, this is I am doing, and listen to it, do it. This is what I am. But in management, there is option. You can rehaul management. You can restructure management. You can reorganize it. You can change controls from decentralization to diversification. You can give power to others. Or you can keep ourselves. Depends upon you which way is best for you, that, or you squeeze organization or you expand organization. It's up to you. Because both way, cost, time and quality again applies in management as it applies in work. This detail we have to understand. This cannot be written in a chapter and explained. We can it is understood only by your own initiative or on your intuition, what experience you have, from which field you are. You may be very excellent person in some company, you may be in top position. It does not mean you have everything. Top position does not mean you are suitable for that position, because 90% of such appointments are political based or are diplomatic based. Not people who work in front line, they are more important. People who work on line management, they are more important than who is sitting board. So line management change is more important than all this. If my lowest person to supervise my project, what he does, that impacts my production. My director, what he says, that does not impact production. That impacts policy only, not production. But policy is policy only. It's not pulled to side. It's not sent to side. Side is controlled by those who are either not trained well or semi-trained or fully trained. Depends. Somebody is there, I don't know. Sorry, I could not see his name. Mr. Claver Silva, good morning. Sorry, I took time. Someone is there, well, whoever's there, it's up to them. Management explanation has no limit. But what I am explaining is not general management minded. I am not explaining general management because general management is very low profile. I am explaining a specific and a specialist management which is related to engineering, which is related to project works. This is management done by those who are qualified. This cannot be done by those who are just educated but not experienced. This management is not new. This was there since engineering was there. Since that it is there. But exposure was limited. People did not understand meaning of management that time. They just knew job, okay, my work is that, this is engineering activity and I should do that. So they considered it engineering only, not management. But later on, since management came into, so this also converted to management automatically. Still they don't say management, they say engineering construction, project construction, this and that. Management is used very rarely. And if they were used, they start and oh, this is management education. This is manager because MBA or BBA. No, it's not that. It is engineering management, it is technical management, it's professional management, it's a work management. It's not a commercial management. Commercial management is included in this management, but it's not commercially gross management. It is technical management, it's quality management, it's planning management, it's work management, it is responding management, it is communication management, it is resources management. And it is finally policy and delivery management. Its product are to some extent guaranteed, not unguaranteed. To some extent I am saying. Because when we are controlling quality, when we are controlling quantity, and we are controlling time, it should be product management. Here we can say quality is assured, but in other management we cannot guarantee. Even if you say ISO 9001, 2015, it does not guarantee quality of product, though it should, because they know management is not in one hand, it is diversified into many hands, and when many hands work together, there can be lapse on each hand, which is also very true. We cannot run away from that fact. So my management explanation is little weak, you can say. I should say weak, not strong, because I am, what I know I am telling you. I am not master of something, and I just tell you what I learned. In our field, in our construction work, there are so many things which cannot be controlled practically. We cannot control everything. First of all, staff is little, No contracting company gives undue stuff. They don't want to spend money on exclusive, or you can say lavish work or lavish comfort. They want one man to do four men's job. If you are there, they expect you to double you 3 times. So they can work. They do not bother about quality. Businessmen are those who run those organizations, but they are not qualified engineers. They least bother about quality. Until something happens, they don't least bother. Yes, they would say, yes, you are right, we will do it. And they are like politicians, never do it. Okay, on site, when you meet him, okay, we'll do, don't worry. I make a note of this, you call me later on. And once he gives and goes and, hello, somebody else. Yes, I'm coming to you. Oh, that man's only asked, leave him, let him do. And next time you'll see. And next time when you see, oh, sorry, you didn't remind me. Oh my God, I forgot that. Immediately I got in the car, I went there. Okay, this time you remind me. And this time when you talk, oh, he's on vacation, so he's gone. Happens, believe it. What they think, take it for granted. Because he's silent, okay, wait. This time, tomorrow you'll get. So I change my habit. I never demand anything from them. Get lost. I will do myself. I screen my workers, and there are some people who are school left, who are graduates, who are something. You will always find those people there. It's fact. Our staff, or even from workers, workers also, I use many times workers from my strength. Oh, this man understands something. Or there are some people who are around you sometimes and trying to see what he is doing, how he is doing, and they pick up something. They say, okay, I do myself, can I do it? Okay, listen. And that, because I least bother them what is his education qualification. So I'm not going to ask him to write coordination or write some letter with me, but supervise or do what I was doing. And if the person does that, I say, okay, this person can understand. So I tell him, can you take care of safety? Because you are not going to write something, you are just to control people and see they are wearing PPEs, they are not doing any risky, and something is not accepting to you or not is new. Why I explain to him something, or I tell, look, do you care for this point. And to some extent I can supervise whether or not that person is doing. If that person is doing what's laws, you put him there. Because his salary was low, it was not like officer. I said, okay, 2 hours, I will go time, no problem. So the person is also happy, and if successfully does it, what's my problem then? Why should I ask company, give me safety guy? Oh, don't give, I don't need you. And then somebody talks like, how you are, I have safety, I'll give you to, don't worry. Same person goes to a site. Now this person from worker changes to safety officer sometimes. This happens. So then I decided, why should I depend on someone? I am educated, I have a strength of people, I can take extend this. After all, what these agencies do, what these companies do, they do the same thing. They screen people, so I am educated person, why I screen myself and deploy them as such. So you have to change your conduct. Means you have to depend yourself. Nobody is listening to you, nobody is doing what you want to do. And believe me, management says right man for right job. This is principle of management. I did not say management, but this is general, which I studied in social science. Yes, relations of workers and officers, and so you can say human relations, human resources relations. So I studied in that. This management principle is right man for right job. So you have to check, you have to examine, you have to unearth from your strength. So can the right man from right job. So you have to make person right man, to have to invest some time in training of that person. So I do that. So this is why I say, don't worry if you are not given full support. You have to support yourself. And on every site you will find some people of that range. I met someone like this office boy, means okay, you means handle this post and writing, this has to go to that office, that has to go to that office, and you're doing letters from them, I'll put answer to that and send somewhere. That kind of miscellaneous job you have to do it and no problem. at least work should move. If you are a graduate and by chance you have come in this crew of working class, so you are working, no problem, you are working, they are getting salary, but you can be used in a better way. That's a part of practical management. You can say yes, there's a process of a parallel process also there. It doesn't need to appear into that course. Without appearing in that course, you can get job training additionally, and you work that, and where you work successfully, that is your job, that is your designation, not one that you were appointed for. This is my understanding, that you can extract unknown people to your crew of supervision, because everybody learns in field. Nobody is, even I learn in field despite having certificates of education. You have to learn in field. There's no way out. These days works have been extended, activities have been extended, documentation has been extended, theories have been extended, and applications have been extended. It's all computer based, formula based, everything is automatic. So you can do in a better position if you know that. There's one time that I hated computers, It was 96. I was somewhere in Doha, and I didn't like to use computer because I didn't know ABCD by that time. I was office engineer in one company there, like a technical manager. So my one senior was British, and my head of site says, don't waste time. Learn computer. It will make your life and my life easy. I was worried about my eyes, because my eyesight were telling me something that time. And my eyes used to get red. I said, no, I cannot do my eyes. Oh, your age is that much. Eyes always do like that. Well, I was rigid. I'll do faster than computer. But I didn't know computer, what to do. I didn't know anything. I did not touch computer at the time, just DOS based or something. I did all calculations, all takeoffs, quantity surveying, order, everything. Manually I did. And he said, you are making my life difficult and that. Well, I was actually not sure about computer. And then somebody, sometime I left that job. I got another job. Then I asked that person, can you get me a chance to learn computer? He teased me. Oh, there is so much in this, so much in this. It is very difficult. He didn't give me a chance. No problem. It's when some times come, your life will learn. So then I was on a break to Delhi. I said, okay, now it's the time for me. There's some reason I was on break. So I tried to contact some institution. Can you get me some short-term course? I learned computer. They declined. Oh, there's no way that short-term. There's no such crack course that can learn in 2 weeks' time and start working on computers. Okay, I was disappointed, but what I did, I had plenty of time. I joined one small institution, shop-based institution there. Shop-based, where some shops, they start teaching you something. So let us start at least. If I know what is it, maybe I develop myself. So in 96 and in December I started learning DOS, and so I was one day I started learning small. But later on I found it's not very difficult. I realized that this is the mathematics, nothing else. I didn't know by that time mathematics days. When this DOS is no problem, and this how to type, that was no question. And when he shifted me to Lotus 1, 2, 3, I realized after practicing, he just he taught me something like this, some auto sum, this and that, entries and this. Just they teach every student. He did not tell me basis of that. He just told me do this means 5-10 commands, and then you practice it. But I was looking for something else. This was Lotus 1, 2, 3 at that time, and I think 8,192 rows. That time it was 8,192 rows. I started those entering plus, minus, some auto sum, this and that. He did not tell me something else. Then he taught me some graphics and that's all. I asked him, this is auto sum you have told me. I want to do algebraic sum. He could not understand. No, what I am to say, we do algebra, we mathematics we do with a minus value, plus value, auto value sometimes for algebraic sum. It's a minus value or plus value, whatever. Well, I tried myself, I put minus, I think it worked well. Then he did not tell me. Then I asked him, can you tell me how to multiply this? He told, there's nothing as such to multiply, just auto sum is there. Oh, okay, fine, you are saying that. So then I try myself. Means I thought when calculation it does, every cell is connected to calculation management or centralized calculation system in this. How it happens, a calculator doesn't know that. So I tried to that. I means it worked multiplication, it worked divisions. I tried a lot of copy, paste, all that in formula. And I started learning myself, you can say. I didn't depend on that instructor because he could not go beyond that. He could not go beyond that. But he then started asking me, what this way if I do what this way? Oh no, it's okay, fine, it can work anywhere. It's actually algebraic calculation. It's complete calculation. Actually, it is calculator. In fact, you see, this sheet we call worksheet, this is a calculator on cell. This is centralized calculator that all cells can calculate simultaneously. This is basics behind that, which we understand now. All cells means whatever vertical columns and all rows. This is a system of 8. If you see that, if you say I say 8192, if you divide by 8, you will find whole figure. So this is the multiplication of I8. That system number is it bytes is 8. So I understand now. So when I tried do for many weeks and months, I tried to that. Just I tried 1 and then formalized to 2 and completely from this range to this range. I copy it worked. Then copy whole and connect, it worked. I had a book at that time to write. I had a script on that. It's numbered book, means I formalize something, which is my hobby. That's applied spiritual number, I call it. I was finding very difficult. Means how shall I convert this writing to book. Means it is all data, numerical data. I tried on that. I formalized that. Of course, it took time. So I didn't know complete formula that time. But I produced that formula. I tried to experiment that, how it changes. And when I use one control cell for all this chat, it worked. I changed value, it worked. So I think this book can be, this writing can be converted to using Lotus to book form. I asked this owner of, no, it's not, there is no, I can't use this for producing books. I was sure this couldn't be used. So we tried, and then one day it came. So I have what I wrote by hand in my calculations. All these values, this is given. So this formalized chart I use for all these values. So I want you to use this. So I just produce same number of charts on that. Now I want to transfer this into my book. How to do that? Because it was Lotus 1.3 and he was doing PageMaker at that time. He was a PageMaker of writing books. Something this way and that way. They tried and ultimately they got transmission. Okay, if you transfer this Excel work to this, from this worksheet to the, not Excel, I mean to say Lotus, from this to that time Excel, I didn't have to actually, Excel is nothing but copy of Lotus 1.3, but I can say with claim. So we transferred, we can say transfer this data from Lotus 1.3 to that PageMaker and it worked well. So one day say this you did not work on this formula, and this data will not type in like this because there's a lot of data in that, and you would not be able to edit that and change. It took years, but it did not take years. It was just in 1 month we finished that. That's what I said. It's not simply you have to research yourself, but today I can formalize anything on Excel. It's not a difficult job. Engineering formula, what they say, STAD it is or whatever, behind is Excel or Lotus. It can't be otherwise. So we have to be little different in our use of mind, and that's why it's called application. Why we call application? When you say software, and this is software, it's a formula or application. What does it mean? Formula is just one use, one cell use. But when you say application, it's a combination. Many formula, they can know one formula. There will be hundreds of formula used in one chart. You say you combine a soft application, there will be hundreds of formula you can use in that. Nobody stops you, and all work successfully. I formalize many designs. Chinese forums, a very complicated one in theory of structure. I formalize that. I find many design formulas, many formulas, still with me. And this worked well. I formalize many quantification, it did well. So it depends upon what approach is yours. And that is a practical management. I am managing that sheet to my use, customize. That's what these software people do. Yes, they know language. They are experts. I don't know language, I'm not expert, but I can use, as a user, as a computer user, I can extend that use. I don't know language, no. I am not software engineer, no. But we can use these sheets or so. Yes, word is no, so for typing only, you cannot apply formula there. Similarly, AutoCAD you cannot apply formula. But in Excel or Lotus 1, 2, 3, you can apply formula. Similarly, there are some customized applications where you just enter value and go, but these are all work like that. So you make your own free formula, and that is what's required. That is where confidence comes into play. But you have to spend time. That's the demand. What I did, this Excel, I was in my office in Abu Dhabi, Kuwait, I tried to connect to one of my formula 120 sheets, worksheets. I connected to those. It was connected, but it was going heavy in memory. And one time I wrote to them, was some problem, I'm not getting results to M's office people. They never answered. They changed sheet design. Oh, these people are connecting all these sheets and getting undue benefits. They changed that system. Because they don't want people who shoot accessibly without payments. Means we got my eye connected. Many sheets, more than 100 worksheets to my one sheet. So all projections of ranges came into that added column, automatically pop up. They all came. So we could just all there, all sheets will open automatically. All 100 sheets open by one open. When you go to that range column where they say pop up, you click, all open, all came up. We changed values. So I thought it's not difficult. It requires little concentration and your approach, what actually you want. Yes, time is important. You have to. Not only time means your concentration is important. It affects your eyes, that's also true. Just like if you work on AutoCAD for many hours, you feel strain and come out. So means, why I'm telling this, don't rush away. Something is available somewhere, and that somewhere is not known to you. You have to find location of that somewhere, and that location is here. You have to just take it out from here. If you do that successfully, means it was for you to do this. And if you are unable to do this, then it is not for you. So simple. Yes, if you keep money in mind, you can't do anything. Don't keep money factor in mind always, because money is something else. Your success is not money, your success is a result. What you are getting there, and that is not money. That is future power, future expertise of yours. You will use that at various locations, and it will surprise others how you have done this. This means your hard work never goes waste. It works, and I have used it. Not only in calculations, but also in writing. Means you have to write once, that's hard work, but second time you have to add it. And then you have to keep copy, save as, and change it and change it and change it. It depends upon your presence of mind. Others may not understand what you are doing. You can expedite your work, keep with you, and whenever required, submit that. Means speed of working, speed of calculation, speed of efficiency of your work can be achieved by you for yourself. But people may not know what you are doing. So I'm just trying to express my experience, because you should get something out of that. Time never goes waste. Your efficiency is increased. And once you do that, people say, oh, he's delivering so fast. He's delivering so fast. How is he doing that? They will not do it. They will ask you, please help me do this for me. People are different. They never want to spend time. Oh, this person is very fast. Let us use this person. They will try to use you in place of doing themselves. I don't mind that, because everybody has different. If I am born for this, I have to do this. If he is born for enjoying life, let him enjoy life. So all cannot be same, and we have no competition with them. If I could help, I help them. So it depends upon you. I have seen your time is very important. To waste time is very difficult. What I am saying, listen. To waste time is very difficult. To use time is very easy. This is my principle. If you want to waste time, you will feel bored. Sleep, then get up. Then feel, oh, again sleep, then get up. And if you want to work, you won't even find where is time gone. So you value time because you don't have time. You spend your time in concentration of work, and you are going more and more for keeping you future problems, future requirements. So future remains behind you, you are ahead of future. Future is coming to you, behind you, you are going ahead. But for those who are wasting time, future and present both remain ahead of them. They can never even catch present, and they can never hold future, however big they are. They are dependent on others, and that dependency factor never helps them. That is also true. So this is difference of positive and negative management. I am talking, if you keep busy and value time, you are moving in a plus direction, affirmative management, and they are withdrawing from work, so they are trailing behind management. That is the difference. If this point you understand, you can change your lifestyle. You can change your working system. You can manage yourself differently. If you can manage yourself differently, you can manage work positively with safe margin in hand, safe time margin in hand. That safe time means your confidence. If somebody says tomorrow is a meeting, have it prepared, that person did nothing, he is so concerned tomorrow is a meeting, what shall they found? But if you are ready, no, we will see, no problem. That person will be, how are you ready? Because that person thinks we are not ready. Because why should I tell him ready? I am ready myself, I'm silent. But why should I go to him? I have worked, okay, when time comes I use my work. But that person is just tempered. So tomorrow is a meeting, I will so this, bring me minutes, I want to see what you ask minutes. Okay, discuss. What about this you did? I said, have you done? Yes, I have done. Once or twice this happens, and you attend meeting successfully, this person shall bow before you. This person shall have certain trust with you, and those who are in meeting, they shall start depending on you. Otherwise, there's only slush on each other. Your company is not working, you are not doing this, you are not understanding what is going on, you did not reply on this, you did not comply on this. That type of disputes go on always. That you have to contain there. If you can contain there, there's no problem. In my meetings, your meetings are too boring. Why? No fighting, no dispute, no anger. Why? Always you are saying my president 1 week or 2 weeks ahead. Okay, postpone meetings for we will call not weekly, fortnightly. These British people were so means crazy. It's very boring meeting. I am not fighting with you. He wanted to fight with you. We are never fighting. Why? No argument, nothing. Everything is smooth. Oh, we are coming here, cup of tea. They wanted to fight so that they can write something in meeting minutes. Say this company did nothing and it goes in their credit. Oh, this was manager and he discovered this company is rubbish. Okay, fine. You are good. You are good. They wanted that type of credit. You are boring. This is nothing. How can I write? Actually, I used to write minutes. They used to sign. Because this was their rule. Okay, let us sign. Okay. Yes, they wanted to find if something is there, is for their stomach. They want something to digest and to tell higher management of client, see, this man is rubbish. This man is not doing anything. Well, I just give an example. People want something for their favor so that they say, yes, see, we are busy in controlling this project. This person is not excellent. This person is not competent. This side needs me, my assistance. So I am justified here. That kind of state the professional needs. Profession means that. Otherwise there is no meaning of profession. If every time you say, okay tomorrow, give me time, okay tomorrow. If for every action you need time, give me more time, this means you are not working. Either you're silent, you can't remain silent, you have to respond in the meeting. This is a contractual meeting. You have to respond. And the response is that, okay, we tried, you cannot do. It's an excuse then. Okay, show me where I tried. They ask us, okay, can you show me? Can you give some documentary evidence that you tried it and couldn't do it? Okay, well, I couldn't bring that. I'll send later. Okay, they will send later on. The action later on. So if you want that type of approach, and you call yourself professional, is it applicable? What is professional if you are always behind, you do not anticipate, you do not keep yourself ready for answering, then you are not professional. Professional means you must have advanced knowledge. You must be ready for every plus and minus. Means it happens. You have to be ready not only for meeting but for other activities also. You have to be ready with technical answers also. Despite you are on site, you must have design knowledge, technical knowledge. Otherwise, it's not easy to exist in field on good positions. You have to be ready for everything. And of course, they are not like our people. Once they understand this foreigners, Arabs or English or all those, once they understand, but provided English, our people is not there. If our people are there, there's something else. If these people try, then once they know that this guy is trustworthy, this guy is honest, he says he does, then they stand with you without any problem. They trust you. That's also a point. This is also a benefit point from these people. They examine you, they test you from each aspect. But once they realize that you are a professional, you are not like others, then they respect you as you regard you expect them. But if our people are there, forget that. You know or you don't know, your legs are going to be pulled. That is fundamental principle. First principle, as we said in our culture, first principle. That is first principle of the pull legs of our countrymen. That is first priority. Rarely you are with them. So I'm not talking of our people. So it happened with me, and I appeared in many interviews in my life, career life, and wherever I was interviewed by foreigners, by British people, by American people, or other people, I was always selected. But whenever I was interviewed by our friends, I was never ever selected, because you, as civil engineer, one has to be arrogant. That is first requirement. If you are not arrogant, you can't be considered as civil engineer. It's natural, because you have to control human resources, you have to stand in sun, you have to control nature. Your nature cannot be absolutely political or even diplomatic or polite. You can't be. It's impossible. You can go and say in polite language, nobody will know. So little difference, but our people don't understand this. And fortunately, I didn't work with our people. I worked very little with them. I was not happy about that, because first of all regionalism comes, and then many other issues come. With that, I'm not going to talk about this. Point is, management has many sections, many definitions, many opportunities, and if you can understand them very well, we can achieve success. Again, I'm saying it's not money that I'm talking of. It's achievement that I'm talking of. Money is one part, but achievement is another part. So I tried to explain my own experience, and there are so many cases I can tell, but I'm not going to pull that into this talk. My objective is management, engineering management, and engineering is very important. And if you take care of everything, like you take care of human resources, you take care of communication, you take care of procurement, you take care of materials, you take care of designs and study of designs, coordination engineering, then you can be a successful professional. Otherwise, you are just ordinary in same table with no difference. And that's very important point. I was talking about FIDIC in contracts. So FIDIC continues. This is also a part of FIDIC, in fact. It's not different. This is an application I'm talking. When I'm talking application means you have to deal with all, and contract is also one of them. I can work for contractor, I can work for client, it doesn't matter. But problem remains same everywhere. And when you stay on projects which are controlled by international companies, there you'll meet people who are logical, and they can support you in a way. The international management, they value you, and they don't differentiate between. They understand contract very well, and they do. Our people understand contract to some extent. Those who are overseas, always they understand this, but if it's our people here in wherever you are, it's difficult to conceive what actually is required. So we have to pull management anchors into our mind in a different fashion. Who's there? Other guy, like to see. Mr. Charity, good morning. Hey, good morning. Well, so management track is very long. Now, example I have given you, our workers here. This is also part of management. Is all workers have left their sites in this scenario. Whatever reason is there, but management failed there. In fact, that is true. This crores of workers, industrial workers are coming, leaving their sites and everything. This is sheer failure of management of companies and government. Whatever the reason. Because this is going to harm us in long term and short term both. It's going to affect our economy, and which also is a part of management. It's going to affect our employment, not only technical employment, other employment as well. So we did not care about management here, and that is regretful that we have so much talent in this country, so many managers and engineers we have, but politically we failed here and managerially we failed here. I don't know how it could happen. In name of this virus, whole backbone of our country has broken. Backbone in a sense that these people are our backbone, they are our bodies. If we do not consider our potential, then it's not they who lose, they will certainly lose. But we lose more than they lose. Because their aim is only to get money and survive. Our aim is not money. Our aim is national development. Our money is that our economy should rise. These people were our medium, were our not property, you can say, our reliability. These workers, industrial workers, I'm calling them, not laborers, because they are not laborers. These workers are a part of reliability for whole nation. Reliability in the sense, I'm not calling dependency, I'm calling reliability, which is more than dependency. Of course we depend upon them. I call them reliable because they run works safely and they work in resorts, and also they travel long and complete our projects. So these 3 points take care of, means 1, 2 and 3. One is just start, it's home, chalta hai. Second is we are dealing with gastrics like shooting or like toxins in body, and then progressive approach. All these 3 points we lost. They have lost jobs, but we have lost reliability. This factor we have to take into our construction, our program positively. And because we have missed, it's not that we have missed once, it's going to be missed for many, many years. Reason that if when it's controlled, these people are treated like this as we have treated them, this is not good for country in future. Disappointment to this society, disappointment to this class of people is going to harm us. They are certainly disappointed and annoyed with management, governing management and the public management. And neither government nor public acted in time. You may cry fall now, doesn't matter. You may speak now, doesn't matter. Because if you count from 25th, and you can say 6 days, 7 days, then 37 days, and now 37, now 20, 57 days are gone. And these people are seen on roads in very, very blindful situation. So we did not listen to requirement. This means we cannot move forward. Only saying by statement doesn't mean it happen. So we miss something and we cannot replenish that loss. Future of industry is not very brilliant. Even if you pull money, you have to pay taxes. That's why I am very concerned. Being a civil engineer, I know value of these workers, and these workers are out of mainstream of construction. Whole development shall affect. And there's unfortunately not a single person in our country who is thinking about this. I expected a lot from Indian community. It's also unfortunate that Indian community also become a part of other sections of society. They know very well that without this, they won't have any job. They know very well, yet I don't understand logic behind this. Why those people who are not realized with them. Alright, now we'll go to our regular part. It is also a regular part. When I said cost, time and quality and supporting admins, work there and so on this your, you can say, management study here. This is FIDIC. I think I've talked a lot on that, so we'll be back with our syllabus, and that is now this is conditions of contract for construction as a stop, and I was just moved to that clause we were yesterday left with, and I'll move that one, I'll go to that one directly without reviewing something in between. And I think this is sufficiency of tender, unforeseen physical conditions. Where I was yesterday, I'd like to see, I forgot actually, that happens with me. Quality management, and this is compliance verification. And I think I am also that's somewhere there. Where was this badge? Use of site data. Labor and somewhere I lost labor and I remember. So okay, values. So where is lagging some minutes, contact documents is gone, then it is setting out is gone, health and safety obligations gone, quality is gone. I think assume cloud quality something there. Quality management, use of site data, sufficiency of control amount, rights of way, significant production of environment, progress report, okay, so okay, fine, okay, further, subcontracting was over, staff and labor, facilities for staff and labor, health and safety, control, superintendence, contractors personnel, now I think labor laws we are talking. I think we'll start with their labor laws. I think is that. Safe staff and labor. Okay, let's start from here. Staff and labor. Let's start here. You start here. Staff and is clause 6.1. Engagement of staff and labor. and personal. So let me take out this way. Staff and labor, the same right. Okay. 6.1 Staff and labor. Engagement of staff and labor. Except as otherwise stated in specification, contractors shall make arrangements for engagements of all contractors' personnel and for their payment, accommodation, feeding, transport and welfare. Yesterday we had talked about. So we go to 6.2 Rates of wages and conditions of labor. This is contractors shall pay rates of wages and observe conditions of labor which comply with all applicable laws and are not lower than those established for trade or industry where work is carried out. So where we have done this as well. Now we discuss as well. So we will go to recruitment of persons. A contractor shall not recruit or attempt to recruit staff and labor from amongst employers' person. So no contractor shall not take employer's person. This is one provision. And then also employer or engineer, not for engineer, neither for employer and not engineer shall recruit or attempt to recruit staff and labor from amongst contractors' persons. So it is that for both, none will take persons alone. Then recruitment of personnel. Now what is recruitment of persons means? The contractor shall not recruit or attempt to recruit staff and labor from amongst employers' personnel. So this has happened now. Labor laws. The contractor shall comply with all relevant labor laws applicable to contractors' personnel, including laws relating to their employment, including wages and working hours, health, safety, welfare, immigration and emigration, and shall allow them as their legal rights. And then it comes after that is contractors shall require that contractor personnel to obey all now. So let's say it's working hours. We have done it last time. Again we repeat. No work shall be carried out on site on locally recognized days of rest outside normal working hours stated in contract data, unless otherwise stated in contract. Engineer gives consent to that, and work is unavoidable or necessary for protection of life or property or for safety of works, in which case contractors shall immediately give a notice to engineer with reason and description of work required. Then it is facilities for staff and labor. Facilities, actually this is very important point. We have to provide facilities to them, and it should be according to them, and maybe more than that, not according to that, because they are human beings. Except as otherwise, you can say, except as otherwise stated in specification, contractors will provide and maintain all necessary accommodation and welfare facilities for contractors' personnel. If such accommodation and facilities are to be located sitting fatigue. If such accommodation and facilities are to be located on site, except where employer has given contractor prior permission, they shall be located within area identified in contract. And if any such accommodation or facility are found elsewhere within site, contractor shall immediately remove them at contractor's risk and cost. Contractor shall also provide facilities for employer's personnel as stated in specification. So after that is health and safety of personnel. Health and safety of personnel, I think, is a very important point. And for this, I have already given many talks in safety. You can refer to various such links in my class. Various Alright, no problem. In addition to requirement of subclass 48, why I am saying, because you can read that those talks which URL you will find on this video or other videos text. There are so many talks about, I think maybe more than 20 for sure. Those talks available on those videos. You can log on to them and find. This will certainly help you about your knowledge of current, I'm not talking of religions, current knowledge. It can be. Now, in addition to recruitment of subclass 48 health and safety obligations, contractors shall all times take all necessary precautions to maintain health and safety of contractors' personnel and that in that case you can say, because the safety and we have to be very serious, and I can say contractors shall at all times take all necessary precautions to maintain health and safety of contractors' personnel in collaboration with local health officers, authorities. Contractors shall ensure that a medical staff first aid facility, medical staff, this is nurses, possibly doctors, it depends on the size of job. There may be sometimes thousands of workers in one site, so you need a doctor for attendance, or there may be a nurse, male nurse, not female nurse, or both. Medical staff, first aid facilities, sick bay, active ambulance services, and any other medical service stated on specifications are available at all this time at site and at any information for Then you can say medical staff, first aid facilities, sick bay, ambulance services, and any other medical services stated specifications are available at site, and an accommodation for contractors and employers' personnel. Suitable arrangements are made for any necessary or unnecessary welfare and hygiene requirements and prevention of epidemics. And you need for that sometimes a medical room, test room, doctor or nurse, and then you should have certain standards that in plenty of cases this will just go and come back. Then medical staff, first aid facility, alright, this is their suitable arrangements are made for all necessary welfare and hygiene activities. This is done. They have to follow those protocols, and the important shall appoint health and safety officer at site, which is very important. Your safety officer must be there on site, who has to go to site every day and check what you are doing. He has to point out this observations and that observation, and you have to follow that, and if you don't follow this, you are not working, you are not allowed to work. Contractor shall appoint his health and safety officer at site responsible for maintaining health, safety and protection against accidents. This officer shall be, quality officer is qualified and then you can say authorities be a qualified, experienced and competent person for responsibility and has authority to issue directions for purpose of maintaining health and safety of all persons, and authorized to enter and or work on site and to take protective measures to prevent accidents, which means that when somebody comes to site, enters site, he must be inducted to safety training, and this safety officer must be qualified enough or senior one to impart training to all persons. So from time to time they may require, depending on what type of activities are going on site, higher level works or ground level works or work somewhere else. In these circumstances, the work is that this man has to train all these officers weekly or monthly, and depending on variation of this figure, like this way, 15% of his addition of this. After that, if you have such caliber safety officer who trains everybody, who teaches everybody, who conducts all tests on site and trains them, who conducts toolbox talks with these guys, toolbox talks, very important talk means whatever tools you are going to use one day, you should know best way how to use it, the safest way to use it. It doesn't mean you don't use tools without carelessly you use them and you may cut your finger or you amputate your finger or something else. It should not be like that. It means you should use PPE, which you should check every day, and how to use tools. That is must job for them. Then this personal safety officer is not simply this, means he has to ensure all sites well, but the work is going according to the system, and he must ensure whether the statements are right or not. But the statement he has to be passed on them. Is it passed on or not? And also that once it said that throughout execution of works, a contractor shall provide whether is required by this person to exercise this responsibility and authority. So you can ask all your staff when there's notice to attend this class because of this. Now we come to next one, and that is because it's all we repeated that contractor superintendence is much more important now. Technical work. Yesterday we taught of this, again we repeat this, no problem. So yesterday has gone, new time has come, and it's not bad if you repeat again and again, so that if you cannot read this book, you can at least remember what I said or what we discussed with this. Because this is most important to find this contractor superintendence means contract superintendence is there in the role of president against the principle of our foundation member, or can say this person. So what is superintendent? That's the definition here. And learning first. Superintendent is it's a very big definition, wide definition, which was not this about. So more. From commencement date until issue of performance certificate. You now remember what I'm saying. Commencement date. You know what's commencement date? You know what's base date, you know what's commencement date, and you know what's end date. You have to remember this. When I'm saying commencement date means day when contract starts, and when I say base date means when you file your tender, that date, or you close your tender that date, and 28 days advance. That 28 days advance is called base date of contract. So from commencement date, they start contract commencement date until issue of performance certificate. If your work is performed, that's certificate. Practical completion, you may say, and you may say mechanical completion, and is final. It is then including maintenance period. So it says that to perform certificate, performance certificate, and contractors shall provide all necessary superintendence to plan, arrange, direct, Manghai, respectively. Now this means performance date is date from commencement to performance is called completion date. It's called, what's that? From commencement date until issue of performance certificate, contract shall provide all necessary supervision, superintendence, you can say superintendence. During this period, there should be superintendence. Which superintendence means how to plan it, arrange. When you plan, you arrange, and then you arrange direct. How to do that, and direct. And manage also means this is direction job as well as management job. Both jobs are here. Because you have to direct someone, direct from here. Then you manage from here. Manage means when you direct something, you have to provide resources for that. You have to provide resources, human resource, material resource, or whatever else is required. Or you have to provide information, technical information, drawing information, document information, what is applicable on that, and then you can take out. And something we have to provide a tag there. A tag in the sense that manage, this is direct, manage, and inspect. Means you are, when you are say direct, manage your parent top, and say inspect means you have to go to site, then you have to test these and monitor what type of test it is, how it is, and execution of works. It's taken its sound definition, or it's given to even on time, if you have dark time, but it doesn't make a difference as far as work is concerned. So you can say defined in English language as given here in the break. What's given here is that's important to know. It says what actually from commencement to date until issue of performance certificate, contractor shall provide all necessary superintendence to plan, arrange, direct, and manage legislature, so with direct, manage, test, and inspect, test, and monitor to execution of works. Now superintendence actually shall be given by sufficient number of persons at which they are who are fluent in language, or fluent have adequate knowledge of language for communication, and who have adequate knowledge of operations, knowledge of communication operations to be carried out, including methods and techniques and as required hazards, handling hazards like we record on methods of preventing accidents. So here you can say knowledge of operations, executive knowledge of operations, what you have to do, and what's a method statement for that, and that one, and you can say the methods and techniques required completely, technique and method. This is engineering, you should know here. And hazards and safety you should be clear of, whatever work you are using for keeping this store, how can people handle it. Then you can say further, means we have gone through this language issue and that issue, and taken into our consideration means methods and techniques we have to use, and hazards we have to understand, safety precaution is very taken, how to prevent accidents, and then you say satisfactory and safe execution of works. Quick and most next one is contractors person. This actually paragraph control everything which we have to listen management. Safety is there, quality is there, time is there, and quality everything is there. Then we go to contractors personal. What is contractor personal actually mean? After that, mm, I've told you about this. Now I'm going to personal. It's what contracts are actually contracts. We have discussed about what all of you will need. What they should be employers and superintendents. And superintendents is direct and all that. Now, constructors personnel, including key personnel. Now, everybody's key or know that you have to decide and shall be appropriately qualified, skilled, experienced, and competent in their respective holdings or trades. What is here? What does it mean? Now we go further on this personal issue as key personnel we are talking of. You must understand the key personnel. One person is representative, then other persons who report to representatives called key person. Key means the person hold controls. Controls, key means control here. Key of departments, key of sections, and whereas representatives control of all, above all. And here is a key with everybody, means they have control, direct control in this personal, if any, shall be thus appropriately qualified, skilled, experienced, and competent to carry out their jobs, occupations or trades, and these must be competent persons. When we are saying they should be trained one, they should be qualified one, skilled and experienced one. And engine may require contractor to remove anyone. It's in the hands of here because they are approved. They are approved when people are approved. They want to be lost on the side, and the engineer has, you can say regulatory power. Regulatory power to the work. In that case, you can say engineer may require contractor to remove, for whatever reason, any person from site or employment or works, and including contractor's representative also, and people both can be removed. If engineer doesn't like them, for what reasons there will be that. Who should be removed means they persist in any misconduct or lack of care. Somebody misconducts or lack of care means can be removed. Key personnel and representative talking, and they can be carry out duties incompetently or negligently. If you are not, अगर सही काम नहीं करते हैं, ध्यान नहीं देते हैं, गलत कर देते हैं, negligent को आपको हटाया जा सकता है. Carries out duties incompetently or negatively, negligently, both. And then if page what actually second criteria is carries out duties incompetently and negligently and fails to comply with any provision of contract. If there are so many provisions of contract, if somebody doesn't comply with that, it can be this man is not clear about contract, means he doesn't know contract, so he can be removed. In any conduct means persists in any conduct which is prejudicial to safety, health, or protection of environment. If person who doesn't care for safety, health, environment, economics, that can be removed from the no excuse on this thing. You cannot say side belongs to and paying it. And then later say other conditions that allow that fails to comply with any provision of contract will persist in any conduct. Persist in any conduct. All those. And then and then The next point is so safety and health is a question here. Then based on reasons is found based on reasonable evidence to have engaged in corrupt practices and fraudulent practices and collusive or coercion practices, which is very dangerous, which is not acceptable at all, can be removed, and because corruption all this, and recruited from employer's personnel, and you can remove them in breach of contract. So so what are the conditions? That first of all, misconduct, or you can say he is a misconduct person. He does not care, and duty does not do duty, income, or he does it incompetently or negligently, or to comply with provisions, he doesn't comply with provisions and persists in any correct which any conduct which as prejudiced to safety, health, or protection of environment, as found based on reasonable evidence that is engaged in corrupt, fraudulent, or collusive process or recruitment from engineering license. In all such conditions, action can be taken for removal of that person from site or from office, and then say appropriate after that, if appropriate, contractors shall then promptly appoint. If appropriate, then you can say contractor shall then promptly appoint for cost to appoint a suitable replacement or alternative in case of replacement of contractor representative. अगर आप किसी को हटाएंगे वहाँ से किसी भी तरह से, तो आपको वहाँ दूसरा आदमी ला के रखना पड़ेगा, इसकी जगह एक कॉन्ट्रैक्टर ऊपर है. 610 contractors records. Now what are contractors records? 610. It's very important point. Contract records which have unless otherwise proposed by contractor and agreed by engineer in each progress report under subclass 4. The content shall include records of where do you see. I'm talking of progress report, discounting reports. We give you what is very important and understand what we given, and that's occupations and actual working hours of each class of contractors personnel. This means unless otherwise proposed contractor, in your report you have to provide total working hours class-wise of your workers and personnel, who are they. In that report you must give analytical details so that they can record their hours, how many hours was worked, what was product you have done. So you can say you can reach some per hour what's your product, and then type and actual working hours of each of contractors equipment. As it applies to workers, it applies to contractor equipment also. How many people are inside, how many hours is worked and forward. All that is on the level. You can say also types of temporary works used. Yes, temporary works means not permanent works and not preparatory works, like scaffolding, like ladder, or like something using temporary. That is something else. It's not so far decided here because I won't tomorrow do that. It's not really. And then you have to see what we have to produce in this. After temporary works means a plant installed on permanent works. Means it's all we are talking about. Suppose again this repository is something types of works and types of plant installed in permanent works is such important. All statistical data we can those the secret of company, but they are not important. If construction demand is construction demands for getting information, really wasting power. And then means important is types of plant installed in permanent works and quantities and type of materials used. For each work activity shown in program at each work location in each day. This is means we have to submit these details at this. You can submit any other detail. No harm to that as far as it relates to activities, it relates to management. You may be having many secret. Don't submit all, but for your record it because it can be used somewhere else. Sometimes what we get information from sites regarding some. I talked to many tenders. We don't have any exact data what we are going to do, but what we do in tendering stage, actually we get information from sites which are very serious information and factual information, not collect from government manuals or something. Means what actually hours people did, how many hours they spend on certain activities, and what cost they spend on them, or quantity. So per unit this cost. It's not only for each item, it's for everything, and how many hours are wasted, how many hours machines work, and how many hours machines are ideal. If these were our machines, we could use somewhere else, but we kept them aside, and all this information give feedback to us to take into future tenders, future places. We have our own. This is not published data. This is not just we kept on Facebook or somewhere else. For Facebook or this Italian, and they're saying what to do at that time also. You can. Now we go to another one, and that is Mr. Surya Engineer Surya, welcome, good morning, and we go to another point, and that is this was on the record procedures we talked of, which is very important for statistical point of view. You use them standards and basis which are relevant because it indicates what culture we are following in that. Work culture is always different. It's not simply what we say is work culture. Theory is not work culture. Practice is work culture. We go to other than this. This is disorderly conduct, and you can say after that, this is a disorderly conduct. Contractors shall at all times take all necessary precautions to prevent unlawful right of a disorderly conduct by almost all amongst the contractors' personnel, and preserve peace and protection of persons and property on near site. Means very can say a control of unlawful behavior. Means there's no permission, there's no way of that. You resort to your accommodation or camp or your site to allow for those activities unlawful, illegal, or which invites criminal action. And this is disorderly conduct, which is contractors shall at all times take all necessary precautions to prevent any unlawful riotous or disorderly conduct. For example, say there is no permission of drinking, or you can say no permission of games or something like gambling, or maybe cruel action. Whatever you can say with these people can do. These people can fight together, can drink together. This whatever is not accepted in law, or this can lead to fighting between many people, many other people, unlawful, which is riotous, which is disorderly, which is conducted by or amongst contractors' personnel. And they are saying 1,000% on 500%. There are every chances that there is regionalism among them. You can get people who all one state, or even multinational people are there. It sometimes, though it doesn't happen very often, but sometimes it may result because people are used to bad habits like drinking, like smoking, or like playing with your radios and television with noise, high pitch when others are sleeping. This usually results in conflicts. When somebody wants to sleep and you are playing at night, you are sick and you are not going to job tomorrow and you are listening to songs. Or this can happen. So best thing is you should have for this a good administrator of camp. They call it camp manager. Camp means life camp. We call life camp of they were our personal, our industrial personnel stay, and some middle class staff or lower class staff can also stay with them, like clerical staff or office clerks or something like administration type people can stay there to take care of them, and also PRs who take them to hospitals at night, something emergency is there like that. This order should not be. It should be controlled properly by competent people. And sometimes police actions are it's very rare, of course, because these are only people. Nobody likes to report to police. So it really happens in society because first of all they are all away from home, and they try to behave properly when similar age, similar region people are there, but that's almost very rarely, and this happens. This, if you start control them in the beginning, it may work up to years like this I work here. I use this office. I think you purchase this, and then we use this like so many items we can use, and then after that we go to key personal stuff. So this is very common one actually. Notice how you understand all well law and now to maintain law and order in your camp, like you maintain law and order in a street or in an area where you stay. So it's your recommendations, your camp, you are responsible for that. Now key personal, age 6-12, which is if no key personal are stated in specification, well, this one say it's stated means there are everywhere. In building construction, we cannot say there are no key personal. Even if there are one or two, they are called key personal. So contractors shall appoint natural persons named in tender. Of course, we have to appoint, that's our duty, we are bound by that. And even in more than that in some cases, so contractors shall appoint natural persons named in tender to positions of key personnel if not named, or if an appointed person fails to act in relation or in relevant position of key personnel, contractor shall submit to engineer for consent for consent name and particulars of another person a contractor proposes to appoint to such position. If consent is withheld or subsequently revoked, contractor shall similarly submit name and particulars of a suitable replacement for such position. So this is the one that applies to key personnel. Means it is subject to replacement, is subject to living site, and this if you are not competent, if you don't listen, if you don't abide by instructions, if you don't follow them, if you don't abide by contract provisions, you must be, and that's why I'm giving with you. We have insurance. It's not manager only that should know. It's duty of manager also tell that relevant to those positions. If people employ that you have your duty to do, it's a contract that you do. You cannot just say no way. You have to understand this first. Because contract is contract, you cannot violate contract. You are paid for that. You cannot simply say this is not in other contract. You cannot compare it even. It's your contract and you are responsible for this. Usually, if you want to say something, you should have objected before tender was closed. That you don't do, so you have to accept it now. That is nothing natural in that. So contract proposals, so this happened, a replacement is accepted. That's and then the actual engineer does not respond in 14 days. It says, which is very common. Thus, engineer does not respond in 14 days after receiving any such submission or proposal by giving it notice in stating objection to appointment of such person or replacement with reasons. Engineer shall be deemed to have given his or her consent. Period of 14 days is a limiting period. You get answer, that's okay, fine. The approval of that's fine. This means approval, if you get approval, is a replacement that's possible. Or if 14 days across and no answer is there, no response there, you can assume it's done. That's it. You can record, appoint this person according to us, and we have to do that, that's okay. That's must record, they will record that, that's all. And you have to submit CV of that person, and that person can start working. Or if it comes before 14 days, but no, this person is not suitable, you want a separate one, so you can proceed with someone else. This is simple as 14 days, but it's quite good. Actually, what happens when you go and see CV, immediately it's okay, fine. If this person has experience in security, you can have no problem. This happens, if you are having point-to-point contact with your counterpart there, because it happens, not a big issue. As for the person is a good character, and what they do, these people know where this person was, he was on that person. They can tell if the person asks me, if it's a people can ask me how does it work, what's the conduct now, what's what, all that they can say, okay, fine, it's plus or minus or aggressive or not aggressive. That information comes in. It's not against you, it's in fear of this sometimes, because you are feeling how to be aggressive at all. You cannot stay silent and fold your hands, oh please do this, you cannot do that. So then you go further and see that. Contractors shall not, without engineer's prior consent, revoke appointment of key personnel or appoint a replacement unless person is unable to act as a result of death, illness, disability, or resignation, in which case appointment shall be deemed to have been revoked with immediate effect, and, 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 and appointment of a replacement shall be treated as a temporary appointment until engineer gives his or her consent to replacement of another replacement to appointed person appointed under this clause. So as a combination of two clauses can say, says that contract shall not, without engineer's approval or coming to revoke appointment of any of the person, is when one's person is there in place, you cannot displace or you can say remove that person from site without any consent or approval of this person, and without which even you can do that. Here only the point which is left is that we have to wait and we have to apply. Means it's not very complicated. One replacement only thing is sometimes replacement cannot be allowed because what happens, say only 2 months or 3 months are left for project to complete and no engineer should like to take risk of another person. Maybe sometimes they digest some negative points in interest of job, but when it's new project or starting, means everybody can be able to. And sometimes some person comes to some status in the indispensable in the eyes of person, and they may not care for agent in this because he knows that this person, this company in nature knows every document of this project and he can bring files immediately if required, because sometimes agents are not very active but some people person are active. The key person so close to in his resident, he says, okay, can you give me this information on phone, and person gets that information immediately without wasting time. So it saves times of this engineer resident and also times of contractor. So in certain cases that they keep future in their entrance, and this is at closer of doses are there. Doses are built, those are not easy job, means they need some person who knows that, who understands that, and one person. So there's some half person, there's much more benefit than 41 degrees Celsius. So we go to another one that's key personnel shall be based at site of where works are being executed, off site at location of works for whole time that works are being executed. If any of key persons to be temporarily absent during execution of works, a suitable replacement shall be temporarily appointed subject to engineer's consent. So say all key personnel shall be fluent in English or Hindi or next we go to plants, plants, materials and workmanship, which is actually resource indirectly your plant, your material and workmanship, because workmanship means our industrial workers. So this is a complete resource clause. It's a prime clause, you may say, complete resource, and some in one, this is a manner of execution clause comes in. Manner of execution, what's time we have to say is 3 hours 24 minutes, so we can continue, no problem, it's okay. Well, manner of execution. Now here execution includes so much, sometimes you confuse yourself. Sometimes we call it execution, sometimes some people call it prosecution. It was sometimes we call it work. Actually, in fact, a party which is contracting, they do it, and party which is in design or party which is employer, both. Employer is a financer actually, to be very frank. It's financing. Main part is financing, other parts are not technically to that. But there's a party, though is a part of that party or a separate party possibly. It's called designer, or we call you can say support to engineer, or sometimes they are also called engineer. What happens in some cases, employer directly deals with engineer as a part of employer. Sometimes employer is only a financer and they appoint one person contractually named engineer. It can be architect also, it doesn't matter. Name is engineer, it doesn't mean should be engineer, depends on types of projects. If there's a percentage of work or value of work dominating is always. So architecture is also known. We are talking engineer in contract means it's mentioned on contract. This is a title as well as not. It does not relate to exactly what qualification is. Means that person is responsible for the project in engineering, in designs, in execution, in qualities, everything. What sort of management contract this engineer has got with employer, it depends on that. Because employers also play games these days and they don't understand what progress contract just because they have a competition, which is not good in engineering. Competition got no value. Free competition is rubbish actually. It's question of compatibility, question of your value engineering, question of your consistency. What sort? You have to check quality of it. Yeah. Not simply rate. Rate is not trouble at times. Means rate is not that important as you are giving value to your project. Means sometimes engineers are very careless. I know I see many engineers who don't even bother about what's going on site. They just say I've done it, I've seen it, I sign it. I've seen such engineers which actually black mark on engineers. These people are. This should not be accepted. Means if you have not done quality check, don't certify anything. That's just a requirement, but they don't care. Such people are there, still there. They don't bother about what's going to happen, but there are others, good engineers, professional engineers who are 90%, 80% who are good, but they are forced not to be good. That's another problem, Our engineers are forced not to be good, not to be very strong on contractor, because contractor can run away. That's more important for employer. The contractor may run away. I don't know. This is complete misunderstanding. If your contractor is given good rate, so they cannot run away, not at all. Until there's force majeure situation, which is now is COVID-19. Force majeure. We'll talk of force majeure later on, but this is a force majeure situation which is beyond control of either employer or engineer or someone else, in public or government even. So force majeure situation is completely different than that. Where quality is concerned, the execution standards are concerned, and we have to be very serious about role of engineers. And it is engineer only who can change plan of a nation, who can change quality face of a nation, no other one. Because engineer is born for that, educationally born, or practically born for that. If you cannot do that, then you are an abuser on yourself, because you are bound by employer and you are interested in your job security, not in your health security, and that's the problem here. Engineers think differently. They talk when we meet somewhere as if they are expert and they are idealistic, but when it comes to practical and practical requirement, they don't meet standards. This is unfortunate. I see very, very rare cases where you say accepting other nations. In our country, I haven't come a place to see such reliable people who are nation builders, I can say. Otherwise, they are just part of game, part of machine which work and talk, but doesn't care. But you should be that. Engineer, I consider number one in every country. Engineer and doctor number one, because they are reliable. Only society moves. Others are secondary in every respect, except defense forces. I have not actually that they are different, but others internally are completely secondary to what? Because engineer means you have to be very difficult. You have to be all weather proof, you can say. You have to be impact proof, and you have to be arrogant, you have to be aggressive, and you have to fight with management. That's most important. If you are not able to fight with your management, you have no potential at all. If you are just thinking, oh, my job shall go, then you are for job, you are not for engineering. It's my good luck that I have always interviewed many cases. I always fight with them. They used to ask me, how will you treat with labor, how treat with them? I said, first I shall fight with you. You may be Arab, whoever you come. I shall first fight with you, because it is you, because problems penetrate down, not because of them. If you don't pay salary to them in time, if you don't keep them in good accommodation, if you don't give them good food, then I have to fight with you first. You may terminate them, you don't care. If they are not supported by management, how can they work? You are only thinking of making savings and keeping them like as if they're animals, then how can they work like this? You are spreading racism. Indian people are in some accommodation, Egypt people are in separate accommodation, Syrians are there, and Lebanon is there. You are creating classifications of people. When everybody is working for this profession, they should be treated properly. So they accept to some extent. I don't say they are intelligent people. They understand. As far as work is done, they like it. But when work suffers, everybody doesn't like it. I have many experiences in my life where I never expected to be supported as such. And they are dedicated people. I have seen even chairman of a joint venture of our government and Libya government, because they respect human resources. I have seen a chairman of a company. This company was Ecos, his joint venture of it was in 83, and that chair, there was no helper. He was tying rope on the truck himself. I saw one vice chairman used to come to myself. That is not related to myself. He used to come there and he asked me problems. Whenever he used to come, he saw work is moving, people are working. And once I just said, see, people are very boring here. This is defense area, no society, nothing. I have not seen any dogs in this area. So people in those days, there were VCRs and VCPs. So there was no computer, nothing in the 1983 from talkings. Unexpectedly, when I saw this guy bring one VCR, it's a Thursday night. He got VCR and 3 cassettes. He came to me and said, come on, leave this VCR. I brought for you this 3 cassettes. Call these people and let them see this film. I was surprised to say, it just got it, means they help to that level. Oh, he said people should be happy, let them be happy by seeing films. So he'll have this VCR. He said tomorrow or Saturday morning I'll come and collect it. By that time, use that. Though it was nothing but see feeling of a person. And he was Libyan, not our country person. They and I have all people from my country, Sikhs and Rajasthani, all that talking. So if you work for them, they respect you. And once one was different type of person. Once our people, our people are crazy. There was no whiskey, nothing. So what they generated themselves some liquor. And I don't know how did they. And I came to know about that they are drinking. Said that's locally made. What's procedure? I'm not sure. I never used whiskey drink. I never did. Somebody told me they are drinking, and I was very angry with that. Means, what are you doing? It's illegal. You will be arrested. And then this guy came and said, "Are they breaking any machine? Are they doing something nonsense? Why everybody let them drink?" So it's a jungle. There was no chance of police to come, and nobody asked him. It's all the military area. So what I'm saying is, these people sometimes okay, no problem. It's no, let them do it. They are working on that. Did they attack your machine? Well, I was convinced, but they are affected. I didn't tell them, if you drink at night, you can't work in the morning. If you drink at night, can you come to job and you think you can work? Well, this happens, what to do? Well, I just told this story, and just forgot the manner of execution. The contractor shall carry out manufacture, supply, installation, testing, commissioning, and repair of plant, production, manufacture, supply and testing of metals, and all other operations, activities during the execution of works. This is like this again. I read this also. Manner of execution is contractor shall carry out the manufacture. This is first point. Supply, installation, testing and commissioning, and or repair of plant, production, manufacture, supply and testing of materials, and all operations and activities during execution of works. This is complete statements given. And it's very, you can say ribbed statement, you can say. I think there's a repetition, ribbed statement. What meaning actually it is? I think there's this main change, there's so many changes, this revision of FIDIC, which is sometimes confusing and sometimes, just club for sake of clubbing. So it says carry out manufacture. Point is, of course, carry out some manufacturer. Now we are using term manufacture and supply and installation, testing and commissioning. So this is complete process, and all repair of plant, production and manufacture, supply and testing of materials, and all operations or activities during execution of works. Just push anything you want to push. It's his job these days, I think. It's international management actually. A, in manner specified in contract, and B, in a proper workmanlike and careful manner, in accordance with recognized good practice, and C, with properly equipped facilities and known hazardous materials except as otherwise specified in contract. Now, it's complicating. Sometimes they are getting so easy. Means either they have so, I should say, I should not say, some person either drunk, just writing, and they accept it. Again, we read that I found a different complexity in this. Contractor shall carry out manufacture, supply, installation, testing and commissioning, and or repair of plant. Okay, that is to an extent you can say, and plants are supplied, vessels are supplied, machines are supplied. Up to that extent, so okay, that generally happens in power plants or in facilities where big vessels you find, big compressors you find, and big machines find, where it's okay, fine for that up to there. And production, repair of plant. The production again is saying production, manufacture and supply and testing of materials. Okay, now we come to materials, and before as a manufacture come to materials, and all other operations and activities during execution of work. So here he has now circulated, he has just encircled that by statement of operations and activities during execution. Here he has just generalized, before two lines were specific. So in manner of, if any is specified in contract, that's okay, specified in contract, it's very general, and in a proper workmanlike, and careful manner, in accordance with recognized good practice, and it's also general. If with properly equipped facilities, and non-hazardous materials, except as otherwise specified in contract. So top line was only important, much specific, otherwise common. So I mean it's normal, otherwise you can say 50% normal and 50% adventurous. So sample 7.2, that is contractor shall submit following samples of materials and relevant information to engineer for consent prior to using materials in or for. This is normal material. Submittal is called, we just, I think I've shown you this material submittal document format many times. Means we have to write what name of work and where, what's the material, what discipline it is, and who is agency here, local agency, or who is manufacturer, and whether it complies with what specification says, what context says, which code is that, and all that is indicated in that. And if there is sample, if the sample is suitable or have tested is all that we have to submit information for metal is a part of that. So contractors submit following samples of materials and relevant information to engineer or consent prior to using material for. So you cannot include until it's approved. You cannot place order for procurement unit. It's not a way. You can place order for only when it's approved. Otherwise, you have to wait for that, and you can lose your time. So metal we should propose first time. That should be according to the specifications. Otherwise, you will lose your time. But they may reject that. Say, okay, get me this information. They may approve with comments, and that comments will be so strong there. Your manufacturer may not comply with that. Depends upon. Therefore, is with this, there's a list of material options are there. You actually get that one, so that there's no use of comparison. Otherwise, if you submit an alternative, it will cause a problem to you, because you have to justify your comparative statement. This what says, what's said in the specification, what says in this metal is this. So they both are comparative. So it will take some time. Means, or you submit alternative metals together, this or this or this. 2 or 3 metals, and whichever is sometimes because some manufacturer has run away, it's closed, so I can't do this material because specification was done 2 years back, and now that company has closed. Usually these companies close, and sometimes there's losses, or there's no liquidity loss comes. So is manufacturer's standard samples of materials. This is manufacturer's standard samples of materials and samples specified in contract, all at contractor's cost, or naturally contractor's cost. So A is manufacturer's standard samples. Manufacturer's standard samples of materials and samples specified in contract at contractor's cost. Let's say next one is B, additional samples instructed by engineer as a variation. Okay, variation wants additional samples instructed by engineer. Each sample shall be labeled as to origin and intended use in works. Okay, this is about samples. It's the material summary actually. Samples are saying they just want to twist the terms. So inspection, this is 3. Sometimes I think there's a change in tech terminology for sake of maybe this European requirement possibly. Because we have codes now, EU codes, codes 27, 20 plus 28. Maybe they use these words in their terminology, so try to uniformly apply them to this FIDIC also, because FIDIC is mostly European. So they try to uniformly, coherently, harmoniously apply to their own system. So we have to change that as far as contexts are concerned. Otherwise, they don't trust alone. But the British is different now. They have British out. We're out of EU, so it means though it's sometimes considered exclusive or unique, but now it's no more. So you can move further than inspection. Employer's personal means client, you can say client's personnel shall, during all normal working hours stated in contract data and at all other reasonable times, A, have full access to all parts of site and to all places from which natural materials are being obtained. Okay, no problem, we have no problem with that. B, during production, manufacture and construction, at site and elsewhere, be entitled to examine, number 1, examine, inspect, measure and test to extent stated in specification, materials, plant and workmanship, to check progress of manufacture of plant and production and manufacture of materials, and 3, make records including photographs and or video recordings, and C, carry out other duties and inspections as specified in these conditions and specifications. So this is quality programs. Okay, it's not an opportunity, this is a job, their project. They can go to manufacturing, they can go to factories, they can go to industry where materials, they have every right to go to, and this is all is part of site. Manufacturing area, which is a manufacturing unit, or whatever it is, a factory or a yard or stored, or various vessels are stored, equipments are stored, machines are stored, plants are stored. They can go there, they have every right for contract, and they can test it, they can manufacture it, they can measure it, and they can photograph it, videograph it, purpose of contract. That's no problem, done, it's acceptable, there's no dispute on that. So they say the part, and this not only they can go, our people should also go with them. I mean to say, contracting quality people, because in isolation inspection cannot be made. This is a law of contract. You have to take representatives with you, otherwise your inspection is an investigation and not an inspection. So that is should be forbidden. Maybe it's not clear, maybe in later paragraph they will do. Contractors shall give employers personal. So contractor shall give employers personal full opportunity. So employer personal and contractor both are there. So contractor must be there. Contractor shall give employers personal full opportunity to carry out these activities, including providing safe access, facilities, permissions and safety equipments. And then contractor shall give a notice to engineer whenever materials, plant or work is ready for inspection, and before it is to be covered up, put out of sight or packaged for storage or transport. This means they are talking of export area where they produce and then ship it to site. They're talking package it, and so before it is shipped from manufacturing area, maybe overseas, this client can go there with contractor, inspect it, and then this yes, go ahead, sign it, and this can be packed and transported. Employer's personnel shall then either carry out examination, inspection, measurement, or testing without unreasonable delay, or engineer shall promptly give a notice to contractor that employer's personnel do not require to do so. If engineer gives no such notice and or employer's personnel do not attend at time stated in contractor's notice or such time as may be agreed with contractor may proceed with covering up, putting out of sight, or packaging for storage of transport. Okay, that's not a big problem. It has been inspected already. If contractor fails to give a notice in accordance with the subclause, contractor shall, if and when required by engineer, uncover work and thereafter reinstate and make good all at contractor's risk and cost. Here's the problem: is notification is a must and inspection is a must, and contractor's duties, because contractor is a manufacturer of that. So you have to take care of your work is closed only after it's inspected, just like your foundations should be inspected before they are closed. It's same thing, not different. Otherwise you have to open again and inspect, and that's what it says. So this is for machine, because machines are very expensive. This costs millions and millions of dollars sometimes, and you cannot take risk on that. It's generally not for civil works they are talking for mechanized work, machine work, the vessel works, the equipment works. Maybe there's a compressor, for example, which costs millions of dollars. So there's a vessel or there's a tank or something which contains, cryogenic steel, extra expensive, and there's a dimension of that, weight of that, and test that all. All that is to be done, and this is all. So it's very, very complicated, expensive item. So the notification is not very expensive. You have to take care of this procedure, otherwise it's a problem for travel expenses and folks. And 7 for testing by contractor. Subclause shall apply to all tests specified in contract other than tests after completion, if any. This is contractor shall provide all apparatus means equipment, etc., assistance, documents, and other information, temporary supplies of electricity and water, equipment, fuel, consumables, instruments, labors, materials, and suitably qualified, experienced, and competent staff as are necessary to carry out specified tests efficiently and properly. All apparatus, equipment, and instruments shall be calibrated in accordance with standards stated in specifications or defined by applicable laws, and if requested by engineer, contractor shall submit calibration certificates before carrying out testing. I repeat, this paragraph is a very technical paragraph, so I say this. Contractor shall provide all apparatus, assistance, documents, and other information, temporary supplies of electricity and water, equipment, fuel, consumables, and instruments, labor, materials, and suitably qualified, experienced, and competent staff as are necessary to carry out specified tests efficiently and properly. All apparatus, equipment, and instruments shall be calibrated in accordance with standards stated in specification or defined by applicable laws, and if requested by engineer, contractor shall submit calibration certificates before carrying out testing. Contractor shall give a notice to engineer stating time and place for specified testing of any plant, materials, and other parts of works. Notice shall be given in reasonable time, having regard to location of testing for employers' personnel to attend. Engineer may, under clause 13, variations and adjustments, vary location or timings or details of specified tests, or instruct contractor to carry out additional tests if these varied or additional tests show that test plant, materials, or workmanship is not in accordance with the contract. cost and any delay incurred in carrying out this variation shall be borne by contractor. Alright, then engineer shall give a notice to contractor. Engineer shall give a notice to contractor for quarter of not less than 72 hours of his or her intention to attend tests. If engineer does not attend test or does not attend the time and place stated in contractor's notice under this clause, contractor may proceed with tests unless otherwise instructed by engineer. These tests shall then be deemed to have been made in engineer's presence. If contractor suffers delay and or incurs cost from complying with any such instruction or as a result of delay for which employer is responsible, contractor shall be entitled, subject to subclause 20.222, claims of payment and or extension of time and or payment of cost plus profit. If contractor causes any delay to specified tests including varied or additional tests, and such delay causes employer to incur costs, employer shall be entitled, subject to subclause 20.2, claims for payment and or EOT to payment of these costs by contractor. Contractor shall promptly forward to engineer duly certified reports of tests when specified tests have been passed. Engineer shall endorse contractor's test certificate or issue a test certificate to the contractor to that effect. If engineer has not attended tests, he shall be deemed to have accepted readings as accurate. Then subclause 7.5, defects and rejection shall apply in event that any plant materials and other parts of works fails to pass a specified test. And then we'll tomorrow go to defects and rejection, and I think it's enough time now. I think we have to conclude it after some time. No, still we have time. Let's consider if it can be done. It's not very long. Let me see. Let's go to defects and rejection to 7.5. If as a result of examination, inspection, measurement or testing, any plant materials contractor's design, if any, or workmanship is found to be defective or otherwise not in accordance with contract, engineer shall give a notice to contractor describing item of plant materials, design or workmanship that has been found to be defective. Contractor shall then promptly prepare and submit a proposal for necessary remedial work. Engineer may review this proposal and may give a notice to contractor stating extent to which proposed work, if carried out, would not result in plant materials contractor's design, if any, or workmanship complying with contract. After receiving such notice, contractor shall promptly submit a revised proposal to engineer. If engineer gives no such notice within 14 days after receiving contractor's proposal or revised proposal, engineer shall be deemed to have given a notice of no objection. If contractor fails to promptly submit a proposal or revised proposal for remedial work, or fails to carry out proposed remedial work to which engineer has given for, is deemed to have given a notice of no objection, engineer may instruct contractor under subparagraph A and or B of subclause 7.6 remedial work, or reject plant materials contractor's design, if any, or workmanship by giving a notice to contractor with reasons, in which case subparagraph A of subclause 11.4, failure to remedy defects shall apply. And after remedying defects, in any plant, materials, designs, if any, or workmanship, if engineer requires any such items to be retested, tests shall be repeated in accordance with subclass 7 for testing by contractors at contractor's risks and cost. If rejection and retesting cause employer to incur additional costs, employer shall be entitled, subject to subclass 20.2, claims for payment and or EOT, extension of time, to payment of these costs by contractors. I think next clause would be lengthy one. It's a remedial work. So remedial work means actually non-compliance. It should be. So we should not take it immediately. It is longer one than the ownership of plant and materials. We should take them really let understand this first means. Here question is the complication in materials in the machinery, because machines have been included machinery, and machines expensive always. It's very expensive. Machine if fails causes a problem, particularly on EPC contracts where engineering is included, equipment and construction. It's though it's a red book, but it's mixing up other also. Well, it applies to plants, projects, or facilities which are generally EPC based, and we have to design a machine and manufacturing all that. It involves a touch that one. We have to be very careful about this once you talk of that. Is if foundation is not that expensive, machines sometimes are, though it's maybe 500 cubic meter or 400 cubic meter foundation of a compressor base, but compressor is millions and billions of dollars. So same thing. Other equipments, vessels are very expensive, the weight of vessels, and then you can, and generally hundreds of vessels are more on projects. You can see any details of plant. I worked on 600 kTA ethylene plant, and the hundreds of vessels, they are all sizes, and it contain liquid gases and many processing. For example, there are many plants like, so many plants are here, and so many foundries, big or small, are there, and very near to each other, and their coordination, their layouts are so complicated. Some pipes may pass into foundation, near adjacent foundation, cannot even shift them by 5 centimeters. It's not permissible, and that's called very big foundation. And such sizes cannot be disturbed, not even millimeters. They don't allow, because of many balancing of pressures and all that. It happens. The boilers are there, and you can say wash waters are there, cracks and compressors are there, and you can say all machines and equipment, and particularly in process area, you can say process area, not offsites. I'm not talking administrative area or control area. Controls and process area, which is mostly subject to fire, where operation of these particles exist in the atmosphere. Anytime they can be fire, and this area is very blast area, and this blast zone is very complicated zone, and for that we get quality is very high standard, and cannot just run away. And administrative area, warehouse area is kept separate from them. Maybe let's say about more than half a kilometer more, up to 600 meters or 10 meters. It's called blast zone. Then up to more than that, 600, 700. This area is very complicated. No absence quality can be permitted. Nothing of that sort is allowed in that area. It goes to such a way that even if it's required to raise level, you have to raise the level of all area, or to claim that and fill that. And that's very perfect engineering, you can say. Quality is very normal, actually it is super in some cases. I have seen a field density run more than 100%. I have seen very excellent quality of GP, GGBS concrete, and they take care of that, and they invent something. I didn't know what thermal curing was that, but I learned they use thermal curing of certain foundation, which I never heard in a book in my education time. Maybe now it's there. And the technology is developing, and new technologies are coming in, and previously have been SRC is no more required. Example is at one time SRC was very, when I joined Alpha, SRC was very important. We use SRC, SRC is not replaced by GGBS or PFA or microsolar. It happens cost money, and there was the requirement of steel, which is coated one, It's epoxy coated still used, so it can be, corrosion can be removed automatically when you use this issue. There's no problem rusting of that. But this causes another problem when you go to plant, because on plant you have to use cathodic protection for corrosion control. So this doesn't work here. It depends on some epoxy doesn't work. And cathodic protection, more and more this expense of cathodic protection, putting anode on your plant, on your foundation, and then connecting it to cathode-centrized connection, which is very good. You have to do a lot of work in that, and that means it controls corrosion within concrete itself permanently. And that technology comes in everywhere. It's also of different type, very critical or non-critical optics. It works like that. So we have to be very clear, and contract reflects that. If it's a part of continuous, you have that condition must be somewhere in that contract. And liability also is, because if suppose it fails, you have no remedy work. You put your anodes in concrete and you say system fails somewhere. It doesn't work. What shall you do? Well, because it's embedded. All our circuits, the clamps are embedded in that. Wires are embedded in that. You can't replace them. It's impossible. So it requires very intensive quality management. Even scratch would spread. If you scratch, it won't work. You check at that time, okay, we have provided cathodic protection, we have checked voltage and what is the connective is called continuity of that system you are putting on. Cathodic protection should be continuously working, but it doesn't work. So it fails, system fails. It's just like circuit is broken. So your plant has to stop in that case. Or it may cause some other system to, or there will be some other claim. Or due to some foundation failure, the plant stops, whole process plant stops. It costs you millions and millions in that case. What you do? So that's where this contract comes into play. But you have to understand complexities of contract. It's not simple insurance contract or some health claim. It is contract of immense value, and therefore it is only engineering person, it's only engineering professional or engineering related professionals who can understand them. If they have site experience, work experience, design experience, they can understand value of that, and whether or not your design is constructible, it's buildable. You have to understand that also. If your design is not worth to be implemented, then that design is useless. Whatever technology you use, whatever design method you use, it should be freely workable. I have seen some complications in foundation skills. They overlap 32 mm. It doesn't work. Practically it doesn't work. Well, we'll talk sometime else. Now, I will close it because I don't allow more than 4 hours because of some reason. My laptop hits and I'm worried there's no technician here these days who can take care of it. I have to remove fan of that actually. There's a fan problem. I will see later on. Thanks everybody. Okay, gentlemen.